Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America, on the rise once again upon the 7. Give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. Give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything. And I do mean everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another grand drawing in what we call, the late night library sessions. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Amohadi Shabazel. My ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedawar Minty El Mohajid Shepsewell. And we most definitely have a powerful drawing to bring forth to our family. Indeed, to uplift fallen humanity, and bring our people into a consciousness of who they are and why we are here and the work that we all called to do, family. So it's a powerful drawing, just giving honors to the ancestors, because if we go back in time, there was a time in the mother continent when as soon as we were born, our mothers or our fathers would hold us to the heavens and ask, is this the one? Is this the one? Is this the one, that will come forth and lead our people to liberation? You see, we give honors to that. So we're going to move forth in that particular thought. And we actually dealing with the last book, of Ali out of the 4, the last of the 4 books of Ali. The Circle 7, unbeknownst to many of our people, is the book Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought back, dealing with the 18 missing years of the life of our brother Yehoshua Isa, so forth and so on. However, he never told you he was the author of the Circle 7. He said he divinely prepared the Circle 7. So in other words, the manuscripts to the Circle 7 already existed prior to the Circle 7 being compiled, and they didn't come from the leftist. I mean, not that guy. It didn't come from Levi H. Dowling. Levi H. Dowling was not the compiler of the original teaching, and all you have to do is listen to the story. They tell you that the European received his copy from the Akashic records. When he knew better. Now, a lot of our people will accept this, statement when it comes to the European receiving his from the Akashic records. But if Noble Drew Ali would have came forth and say he received his from the Akashic records, they would call him pseudo. They would say he was dealing with some hokum pokum. He was trying to scam somebody if he said that he received the Moorish Holy Quran, by means of the Akashic records. He didn't tell you that. Prophet Noble Drew Ali told our people that he received the Quran from the Muslims of India and Palestine, who held these teachings back at one particular time. In specific measures, actually, India, because even Levi H. Dowling tell you, and I have it on record, he said it out his own mouth, that the manuscripts from whence his document, the Aquarian Gospels, was produced, he said that they were produced from manuscripts, where they was already existing in manuscripts in India. But he just said he didn't get his from there. You see? But they pre-existed, before him. So when the Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that he got, the 18 missing years of the life of Yehoshua from the Muslims of India, Palestine, I take him at his word on that. I would rather take him at his word rather than taking a European saying he got him from the Akashic records. You see, not saying, that this isn't a possible measure as far as us being able to tap into the book of creation and all that. But what I'm saying is that the followers of Levi H. Dowell was the one that basically came up and said this, and y'all think it may be a game, but I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm going to do that right now because this is necessary. I'm the only individual that has brought this forth to prove certain things to our people when it comes to dealing with the prophet's works, and showing them exactly, what Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought. So let me go to my archives, i.e. my Facebook page. Okay, let's see here. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about so that we can have some clarity on this. Like I say, anytime y'all would like to come forth and you see I have a lot of this information up here, you can actually send me a friend request. And I actually try to start unfriending certain people so I can make more room for those who really want to learn, because that's what I use this channel for, teaching. So we can give access to our family and they can actually come in here and really learn what it is that we demonstrate. So I want to show you this right here before we go into this. So remember, our subject matter is dealing with the end time and fulfillment of prophecies. And there's a lot that come with that, family. When we talk about the end time and fulfillment of prophecies, we have to look at, what our beloved brother and Prophet Noble Drew Ali, exactly what his mission was, what he came to demonstrate. And he was the first among our people to come forth, despite all of those who came behind him. So give me 1 second here, because I'm just going through here and I'm going to show it to you. Levi H. Dowling in his own words. We're going to set this right here to bed. This concept to bed that people been pushing out here, this narrative they've been trying to spin, trying to act like Prophet Noble Drew Ali got his book from Levi H. Dowling. A lot of people don't know about what is called the Indologist movement. And the Indologist movement basically deal with the Europeans who have went into India and took the teachings out of India, and they actually started trying to bring those teachings here, and they created their own version of those teachings. And there was a lot of conflict based on that too from the people of India. They didn't like that. Somebody taking their teachings, and trying to remix them, so to speak. But I'm gonna open these up right here just for the sake of putting them in here because they're gonna be necessary too. Okay, since I'm there. So be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe, family. Make sure we get our people in here, so that they can see what it is we building on. Every time we come in here, we're gonna open up, we're gonna unfold. But if you didn't understand something last time, understand of it this time. So nothing wrong. That's why we use the hammer of repetition to give our people insight and bring about more clarity so that they may understand. And we don't look for you to be a part and partial of being a more. We ain't trying to force you into anything. We just giving you information. That's the only goal that we demonstrating right here, so that you may be informed. There's a lot of our people like to form opinions and not have any background. They haven't even studied the thing that they have an opinion on. They're only going off of what somebody else told them, and they haven't did the due diligence. So the best way to learn about what a Moorish American is, you have to learn from a Moorish American. That's why we have a saying in my circle. We say it takes a Moorish American to teach a Moorish American how to be a Moorish American. So can't nobody just come outside the ranks and tell us what we are. Can't nobody come outside our ranks and tell us what we teaching if you ain't even studied what we teaching. You can't base what we teaching off of, what certain other Moors demonstrate, because we have different paradigms, So we don't want to put a blanket indictment on our people. Give me a second. See, I got a lot of information in here, family. A lot of this stuff is old and it's very rare. A lot of these clips in here, if I got them up here, they're very rare, these pieces. So let me go on a little bit more. Let's see something. Okay, not that one there. Okay, I'm almost there. I know I'm almost to that clipping. And this is dealing with Levi H. Dowling. It's hard to find when I go to other portions. So that's why I come here, because I got a better view that I have, that I actually saved over here. So let me see here a little bit more. It'll pop up any second now. So again, let our family know we on here. This is the last book of Ali, out of the four, dealing with what he actually wrote with his other hand. The other books, they were divinely prepared and brought forth. All right, come on. Where you at? Okay, we are almost there. I hate this thing moves so slow. Come on, come on, come on. All right. Come on. Y'all see I got it up in here. I'm storing documents everywhere. I'm storing them in my document area. I'm storing them in my screenshot area. I got them in my download area. I got documents all over here on this Facebook page. So y'all see, I don't even be playing. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, it's up here. Where you at? Where you hiding at? We know you in there. Come out wherever you are. All right. All right. Come on. Bear with us, family. Yeah, while I'm looking for this, like I said, be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe. Get the likes up. You know, share this thing, make it go viral, family. We trying to reach the other side of the globe with this information. We got to get this message out there to the people. They got to know this. Like I said, you ain't even having to be a part of being Moorish, but when somebody come tell you about, who the Moors is, they ain't gonna be able to tell you know anything, cause you done heard it. We done showed you all the information to back it up. Even if you ain't part and partial of this demonstration, you'll be able to correct these people when they out here, spinning that narrative, so to speak. You see? That's what we talking about. That's what I'm interested in, giving our people the truth so that they can have some clarity. Now, what our people do with it after that, it's on them. It's most definitely on them. Make sure. Okay, we can. Come on. A little bit more. I hate this thing move as slow as it do. Sometimes, like I said, they can try to develop something, family, and they make it worse than it was before they started. Because it was a time when you can go through this thing and these pictures just pop right up. You can literally just scroll down the screen and they just be lining up. Now you got to take it and inch a little bit and be careful how you hit the button, because if you don't, it's going to lock up. Let me see here. Come on now. Okay. All right. Let's see here. A little bit more. I'm going to scroll back, make sure I ain't passed nothing along the way. I doubt I did, because I normally would see it because it's a big, bold picture. But it's a possibility. I got so many in here. Okay, no, not there. Okay, not there. Nope. Yeah, it's definitely down here. Yeah, it's definitely down here. Let me go a little further down. Okay. Yeah, we go a little further down here. All these documents. Okay. A little bit more. All right. A little bit more. Yes, a lot of pictures over here, family. Goodness gracious. I may be able to do it another way in a second here. I want to give honors to a moment of silence since my brother popped up here. This good brother right here, family. So this was a good young brother, man. Moorish American Muslim, man. I want to give honors to it, man. May he rise in power. You know, Brother Solomon, Solo Amin Ra. Good brother, man. Was a soldier. Young with a good fiery spirit, man. He was one of the brothers that was supposed to be building. Unfortunately, you know, he met his demise. You know, and his trust was betrayed, so to speak. But may the brother rise in power. That's one of my best friends, man. Student and a teacher he was. May he rise in power. Let me see here. Come on, a little bit more. I wondered how in the world I went all the way past that, all the way down here. Okay, it should be finna pop up any second. Now here. I got so many files on this thing right here. Goodness gracious. It's just one of my many ways of trying to okay, right here. Yeah. I don't know, it looked like I might have went past it a little bit, but I ain't seeing it. Let's see, I'm gonna go back up a little bit more. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna try to type it in a minute. If I can't see it, because normally it's up here. It don't seem like it's that far down. That's why I ain't trying to go all the way down there. I went a long way. Normally it's up here somewhere. Try to ease my way back up in here, because I want to show y'all this. This is very important. Before I go any further, this is very important, family. I may end up hitting Google, because they do have a picture there. I'm gonna see. I probably just have to see what quality it is to show y'all what I'm talking about. Because the whole point that I'm trying to make here is show you all that Levi wasn't the author of the book that he called the Aquarian Gospels. And so if people are taking his word, and it wasn't even him, it was really his people behind him that said that he got the book from the Akashic Records. He didn't say it, they said it. And people running around here spinning that narrative and saying that, and then trying to say Prophet Noble Drew Ali plagiarized what he had. And I debunked this a long time ago. But this piece of information is very important for me to show this to you all, so you can see it. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna do it, and I'll probably be able to find it this way right here if I can't see it here. That's what I'm gonna try to do real quick. I'm gonna go up here and do it this way. Let's see. What's the name of it? This right here. Oh man, that is dialing. Why are they? Come on, man. Type right. Let's see if it'll pull it up. No, sometime it'll pull up. Yep, there it go, right there. But that's somebody else demonstrating. Where mine at? My post. We'll do it like this here then, because they should still have a picture here. It just be harder to find it when I'm looking for it up here. Oh, there it go. It popped right up. There we go, right there. Goodness gracious. This is what I was looking for, family. I got it in my archives. This right here. This is actually where I ended up getting it from, too. So that's good. That's good. They got it right here. Now, for those who've been thinking that the Aquarian Gospels was created by Levi and that they didn't exist before him, this is straight from his mouth. This is him talking. You know, well, actually, it goes into somebody quoting him, but this is his people, website or whatever promoting this here. But it was speaking on here, and it was talking about how the book came about. It says Levi is leading from the pages that, hold up, and it starts up here. It says two or three Sanskrit manuscripts, right? It said existed in the old world. Levi admits a knowledge of the existence of the manuscripts covering a part of his Aquarian gospel, but denies obtaining any portion of his work from such a source. So that right there killed it. That actually killed the concept of him saying he got it from the Akashic records. You see? So after he passed, his wife and those who compiled his work say that he got them from the Akashic. But he admitted of knowing of the Sanskrit manuscripts, that existed. And there is history in regards to dealing with, the history that's given about Yehoshua. And a lot of it's spot on with what's being talked about in the Moorish Holy Quran and also some of the stuff he have here. So when Noble Drew Ali say he got his document from the Muslims of India, in other words, they had the book. European only got a version of the book and created his own part and his own demonstration that he wanted to bring on the manifest. And then, the prophet, by the time he came on the manifest years later, he brought the version that he had, which is different from what Levi bought. There's certain aspects in there that Levi have in there, but he tried to whitewash it. And that's one of the things the prophet was definitely correcting, the Eurocentric complexion that he tried to put in the text. So right here, this is telling you that the books existed in Sanskrit before Levi even had a hand on it. So even though he say he got here from the Akashic records, I take that with a grain of salt. Okay, I hear you. Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't make it complicated. He said that he got his books from the Muslims of India. He didn't say he wrote them. He say he got his 18 missing years from the Muslims of India. But all of a sudden now people like to get a European credit. Anything they can to try to assassinate the character of the Moors. And that's why I'm here to do the job and give y'all the truth. Now, what y'all do with it after that, that's on you. The man, people right here telling you, in the newspaper and everything, saying, well, this man telling you, Levi himself admits a knowledge of the existence of the manuscripts, covering a part of his Aquarian gospel. Sanskrit manuscripts. Yes, you know what? I don't want to. I'm trying not to have to keep digging and going through all this stuff here, but I'm gonna show you something, family. Cause I got a lot of the stuff I did. I went and did my due diligence, and I got a lot of stuff in here. I can find them real quick. It shouldn't take me long to find them, but just for a peace of mind for the family that may want to know of these particular works, I'm gonna show them to you. And I actually used this when I debated, the brother Terhudi in the Lion's Den. And a lot of that stuff was over their head too, some of them people. They didn't understand what in the world we were talking. Me anyway. Y'all already know how complex they take it when I come in there. When I go to speaking on something, they act like, they got to decipher it or something. But anyway, no matter how much plain information we put out there, they act like that. So yeah, here we are right here. These are the books right here, family. And I actually took excerpts out of here. A whole lot of them. There was one who actually went to Egypt to look for these manuscripts, and he found them. And I read some of this stuff right here to you. I want to start on the first one. This is where I put all my stuff at, stored it. See right here, it speaks on the journey to Tibet. It's the unknown life of Jesus to Christ is the name of this book, family. It's written during the 1800s. A lot of it come before your boy even come on the manifest. Levi H. Dowling wasn't even existing in. At that time, he wasn't doing no teaching. It says, Isa, a great prophet of the first, right? After the 22 Buddhas, he is greater than any of the Dalai Lamas, for he constitutes a part of spirituality of the Lord. It is he who has instructed you, who has brought back frivolous souls to God, and who has rendered you worthy of the blessings of the Creator, who has endowed each creature with the knowledge of good and evil. His name and his deeds have been recorded in our sacred writing. These are the people of India. So I'm showing you people outside of the Bible, outside of the Quran, that's talking about Isa, who people know as Jesus today. They calling him Isa. See it right there, like the Quran. This is people in India. This a European going on a journey to find these manuscripts because he heard about these manuscripts that exist in India. So his name and his deeds have been recorded in our sacred writing. These are people of India talking. And they actually showing him and explaining this. It says, in Willis' reading of his great existence spent in the midst of erring people, it says, we weep over the horrible sin of the pagans who assassinated him after putting him to the most cruel of the torture. So that means they believe that he had got took off the count too. But we cleared that up last night in the works of the Gospel of Barnabas. We already know this was a part of the deception to make people believe that he had died on the cross. So that ain't no big deal. We can understand why they say that. So everybody say this one was took off the count. But anyway, hold up. It said, I was forcibly struck by the Lama's words. This is the European over there looking. That Prophet Isa and his torches and death, and he go further into it. You'll see it, a lot of these clips. See right here. I got it clipped out because that's why I be clipping it like that right there, because I like to have the words long. All this stuff right here, to me, they add all that in there, look tacky to me. That's why I do it like that when I put it in my slide. But this is what an actual raw file is. When I first screenshot it, one of the reasons why I got a lot of loss of memory too, because I got so many screenshots over here, because I be trying to get this stuff. So he said, I was forcefully struck by the Lama's words. This is the European on the journey over there, looking for these documents. And he says, he was struck by the words Prophet Isa and his torches and death by a Christian Dalai Lama, the recognition of Christianity by the Buddhists. So he's marveling like, wow, the Buddhists actually got manuscripts over here, because they took this man up in the mountains, bro. Like he literally went up, had to climb all types of mountains and go into high places and deep ravines. And, this wasn't just in no temple. He didn't just walk he had to go up and through down, almost like the journey of Frodo on the Lord of the Rings, basically. If you go and read this, he said, all combined to make me think more and more of the career of Jesus the Christ. And I beg my interpreter, he says, to admit nothing of the Lama's conversation. So he had somebody with him that was an interpreter while he was going here. So he said, where are these sacred writings? And by whom were they compiled? I asked. So this is the European accent. And then it says the principal roles, said the monk. They call them the principal roles. Written in India and Nepal at different epochs. So they have different written at different time periods, the story being told. According to the course of events at Lhasa, and a number of many thousands in some of the larger covenants are copies that are made. Hold up, it should go into the next one in a second here. Well, it goes into a drawing here. It says this here. Here it is. It says Lamas at different periods during their stay at Lhasa, because I was mostly interested in all of the information that was dealing solely with him looking for these documents. As soon as I found that clipping that I showed y'all with Levi admitting that they existed, it made me go look for it. Guess where I went? And this is the book here, 1894 is when it was written, by Nicholas Notovich, The Unknown Life of Christ. See right here? It says Lamas at different periods during their stay at Lhasa. It says, and later presented to their covenants as souvenirs of their visits to the great master Dalai Lama. Do you not possess any of these copies relating to the prophet Isa? So he asking them, do they have the scrolls? So this one said, no, we do not possess any. Our covenant of little, he says, of little importance. It says, and the Lamas have collected but a few hundred manuscripts since its foundation. Now, this is what he telling him here, but you'll see what happened in a minute. Maybe they didn't want to give it to the European at the time at first, but they gonna eventually take him there. It says the large clusters possess thousands of them. It says, but they are sacred things and you cannot see them anywhere. It says, after a few minutes more conversation, I returned to the camp, reflecting deeply on what had been said by the Lama. So they were denying him access to these records at first, right? So Isa, the prophet of the Buddhists, how could that have been? Being of Jewish origin, he dwelt in Palestine and Egypt, and the scripture contains not a word. It says, and not the slightest allusion to the part played by Buddhism in the education of Jesus. This is why Prophet Noble Ali said these lessons was held back, by Palestine, Egypt, India, until the time appointed. You see, they don't want to give them to this European. This before Prophet Noble Ali was born. Well, he was born, but he wasn't old enough at that time, not in 1897. He was very young. May have been, about 6 or 7 years old? So that's what I read already. It says, meanwhile, frequently pulling out the watch and arm and clock, interrupting his discourse and questioning me in regards to their use. It says, in the manner of winding them both. Finally, yielding to my earnest solicitations, he brought forth 2 big volumes in cardboard covers with leaves yellowed by the lapse of time, and read the biography of Isa. So they done brought it to him, basically, the biography of Jesus, in Sanskrit manuscripts. This is before Levi H. Dowling now. He says, which I carefully copied from the translation of my interpreter. This curious documents written in the form of isolated verses, which frequently bear no connection between each other. He says, on the 3rd day, my condition was favorable enough to permit me to continue my journey, and I again started for India by way of Kashmir. You see? Okay. He said, in this particular portion, the 2 manuscripts read by the Lama, it says of the Hemis covenant, were compiled from the divers copies and written in Tibetan tongue, translated from rolls belonging to the Lhasa library, and brought forth from India, Nepal, and Magadha, 200 years after Christ. These were placed in a covenant standing on Mount Mabur. That's the mountain, I guess, he was climbing that I was telling y'all about, near Lhasa, where Dalai Lama now resides. These rolls were written in the Pali tongue, which certain lamas study carefully, that they may translate the sacred writings from that language into the Tibetan dialect. The chroniclers were Buddhists belonging to a sect of Buddha Gautama, You see, the information contained about Christ is oddly mixed without relation or coherence with the other events of that period. Okay, hold up. That's the same thing now. He said, I leave to savants, philosophers, and theologians. He said, the task of searching the cause of the contradiction that may be found between the unknown life of Esau, which I make public in the story told by the evangelist. Because there's certain things in that book that don't line up, with what they saying, just like the Gospel of Barnabas. But a lot of that has to do with because the Catholic Church is covering up. So you can believe they got a copy of this too. He said, but I am inclined to believe that nobody will hesitate to acknowledge that this version recorded within 3 or 4 years after the death of Christ from the testimony eyewitnesses is more likely to bear the stamp of the truth than the narratives of the evangelists who wrote at diverse epochs and so long time after these events took place that we cannot be astonished, it say, of the facts, it say, have been altered or distorted. So he's saying basically what he found there, he found that to be more truth than what they got in the Bible. And these supposed to came 4 years after the brother died. So he's saying he'd rather accept the record closer to Yehoshua than the one that came way after him. So it says, before taking up the life of Jesus, I must say few words concerning the history of Moses, who, according to the usually accepted legend, was an Israelite, and this fact is flatly contradicted by Buddhists. He say we told Moses was a prince, and go into a lot of the other history here. But let me go a little further. Okay. Okay. This is talking about after what I like to call the fiend death or the scene death, which we know was not. It says of Jesus, is presumed that they merely co-signed to writing the narratives that had come to them of the principal events of Jesus. The Buddhists, however, compiled their chronicles immediately after the Passion, who had advantage in gathering the most accurate information on all points interested of them, and give us a complete and exhaustive description of the life of Jesus in those unhappy days when the struggle for the existence seemed to have destroyed the notion of God, and the people of Israel were bowed down under. And this is dealing with the oppression of the Romans at that particular time, is what they're really going into. They endeavored to shield their king from anger of the king, and the latter ordered abominable massacre of the children, hoping that Jesus might perish in this vast human hecatomb. But the family of Joseph, having obtained information of the terrible execution contemplated by Herod, fled to Egypt. This is just talking about the flight into Egypt and everything. Okay, here it go right here. A library rich in Sanskrit books and precious religious manuscript is also found at Juggernaut. Juggernaut is spoken of in the Moorish Holy Quran. You don't see that being spoken of in the Bible. Lammas is spoken of in the Moorish Holy Quran too. You don't see that spoken of in the Bible. So you'll see that spoken of in the Aquarian Gospels as well. Because like Levi said, these things existed in Sanskrit books before him, but he claimed he didn't get him from there. They say Akashic Records. I'm going to let you take it there if that's where you want to go. But Noble Drew Ali made it plain. He said, I got mine from the Muslims of India, Palestine, Egypt. They held these things back, and when the time was appointed, these keys were loosened. He kept it simple. He said they were divinely prepared. He didn't say he wrote them. Jesus spent 6 years at this place studying the language of the country of the Sanskrit tongue, which enabled him to dive deeply into all religious doctrines. And that's exactly what the Moorish Holy Quran showed. In the 18 missing years, he went to India, he went amongst the Greeks, he went into China, he went all over the place, basically. But it said he found much to condemn in the Brahmin laws and the customs, and entered into public debates with the Brahmins, who strove to convince him of their sacred character, of their established customs. You know what I mean? All this stuff is exactly what's going on in the Circle 7 family. You know, everything in here. Yeah. The Unknown Life of Jesus the Christ. You can download this PDF right here if you want to really go into it. You know, and that's going into the prehistoric nation. But, you know, I got more on it, but that's just some of the stuff to show you that these documents again existed before Levi H. Dowling. So the people that been lying to y'all because they hate the Moors and they don't like Noble Drew, that's the crazy part. This brother literally died, gave his life for his people, led his people, taught his people. Then you got these Johnny come lately Negroes, you know, coming up in here disrespecting the legacy of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, doing anything they can do, trying to assassinate his character. And the question I asked, like, for what? This elder done his work, he long gone. Why are you disrespecting him? Especially if you claim to be Ma'adik. Because in the teachings of, you know, Ma'adik tell you not to plunder the ways of your ancestors. So if you say you Kemetic and you attacking Noble Drew Ali, which is one of our ancestors, you know what I mean? You outside of the laws of Ma'at. You outside of the law. What's wrong with you? That's the question I want to ask. What is your problem? What has this man did to you? Because he didn't teach, when he taught Moorish Holy Quran, he wasn't trying to take our people into no Bible. You're a liar if you say that about Noble Drew Ali. He told the Moors, don't throw away your Bible. We're going to use it to condemn the European. Do that sound like somebody that's trying to teach you the Bible or teach you about Jesus? From that standpoint, no, he telling you that Yehoshua went to Kemet. Yehoshua studied in Kemet. In fact, the whole Moorish Holy Quran is really Kemetic. Because when we get into the chapter that deal with what we call our social duties, those came from Pharaoh Acton the fourth, according to the one who has the source of that, and he was from Tibet. You think it's a game? Watch this. Because this is also a portion that the prophet had used, you know, that come from right here. This is a portion which actually what we call the Sabbat teachings. I'm trying to show you the picture. It may show you the picture of him here by Sri Ramathiru. I'm gonna show you the picture of this guy, because they'll talk about this too. I'm far to come from unto the ground. We don't deny that these lessons aren't the same. We just telling you that Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you he got it from the people. He didn't try to hide nothing and all that foolery y'all be talking. This is the brother right here. This is the one who actually had that. And look, know how the European was claiming he was going to get books? See the llama right here? Holding the ancient scrolls? Yeah. Come on, man. Stop playing with us. We does this. This didn't come from no European. The Europeans got it from the people, you know, across the way. We gonna give it to you. We ain't hiding nothing. We showing you exactly what's going on right here. So when Prophet Noble Drew Ali said he divinely prepared this, meaning he put it in the form, prepared it, put it in the form, so that our people can get the grand drawing off of it. I want to show you this, the PDF, because it's right there in the, you can go and get this stuff. It's right there online. I want to show you what he tell you that this stuff come from, and how I can say that this whole book that we have is Egyptian, whether you love it or know it or not. All you got to do is come over here in the commentary, and they'll tell you exactly where they got this from. See, they tell you where they got the books from. Talk about the high priest. Remember the Lhasa that your boy was talking about when he was looking for the scrolls in India, the European I was showing you dealing with the unknown life of Jesus the Christ. He went amongst the same people over here to deal with these portions. The Lhasa resides in the Grand Lama. That's the high priest. You see? So these are the ones that had them scrolls over there. Right? This is the very beginning. I'm just trying to get to the other area here. It even talk about right here, one naturally recalls the visit of Queen Sheba of Solomon. You know, they're saying that there were visits, you know, into India by the queen at one time. This is what I want to show you though, right here. So where did this document come from? Its authorship. This portion that we call our social duties in our Moorish Holy Quran, that the Prophet say he got from the Muslims of India, and you know, and so forth and so on. It says its authorship, the reader will note in the letter from the English gentleman to Earl Derby, it says that there are some speculation as to the author of the original manuscript. The Grand Lama and his associates claim, that's the people from India, that the manuscript had been in their possession and used by them as a foundation for their teaching since 732 AD. They meant that the records indicated its existence at that time, but it may have been in the possession of some of their adepts and masters outside of Tibet for many years before the date. So they saying though they date from 732 AD, they saying it may have been, you know, even further back than that. But this is the date they give. It says it was natural for those in Tibet to attribute the manuscript to one of their great writers such as Confucius or Lo Kun. But in the light of modern research, and especially in the light of revelations made by excavations in Egypt and Jerusalem within the past 100 years, and since 1749, when the Tibetan copy was translated into English, we can plainly see that the original manuscript was not written by Confucius or anyone of the time of his nation or beliefs. There's a very indication throughout the work as it appears on the following pages that it was written by Amenhotep IV, Pharaoh of Egypt, during the 1360 to 1350 BC. Thereafter, or by some of his successors in that great school of mysticism, which he founded in Egypt. So, you know, they letting you know that though they were saying it come from their ancestor Confucius and so forth and so on, you know, they saying that it's basically been uncovered that, you know, those particular teachings that we deal with, we call the social duties in our Moorish Holy Quran, they came from, you know, Pharaoh Amenhotep IV. You see? So if the main portion of the book is dealing with the 18 missing years of the life of Yehoshua, or they say Jesus or Isa, and that's when he was in Egypt, all the way until he reached the age, you know, of 33. And then he began his ministry, they say. You know, there's a lot of Masonic connotation and Christians try to put on that in the Bible, that he began his ministry at the age of 33. That's Masonic as I don't know what. But anyway, dealing with the Moorish Holy Quran, we have the 18 missing years that are not in the Bible. That's what they're dealing with. From the time he was at the age of 12 until the time he grew up. And during that time, in the Moorish Holy Quran, Yehoshua, I'm going to show you what's going on. I'm going to scan through the book just to show you what he was doing. For those who don't know, I'm going to do it like this because it's better to go to the source and show you, you know, better than just talking. And you know, you're getting a wrong impression if I don't show you. So I like to show what I'm talking about. So let me see right here. You know what? All I have to do is this right here. Let me see. Get back out of here. I'm trying to see here. Not there. Quick access. Let's see here. see here. There it is. I done downloaded that thing so many times. Okay, so, and this is just briefly skimming through here. You know, listen what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said down here. The lessons of this pamphlet are not for sale, but for the sake of humanity. As I am a prophet and the servant is worthy of his hire, you can receive this pamphlet at expense. The reason these lessons have not been known is because the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine had these secrets and kept them back from the outside world. And when the time appointed by Allah, they loosened the keys and freed these secrets. And for the first time in ages, have these secrets been delivered in the hands of the Muslims of America. All rights, authority, and rights of this publishing of this pamphlet, so to speak. 1927. So he telling you again where he got it from. He ain't try to deceive you and say he got it from no Akashic records. This is right here. So for those who try to lie on Prophet Noble Drew Ali and say anything other than that, they ain't read the book. I know they did, because it's right there in the front of the book. He telling you where he got this information from. Huh? Right? And now when we go in here, we find first the creation and fall of man. A lot of that right there is basically the Kemetic cosmology without using the name of Geb, Seb, Nu, and Tef, Nu, and so forth and so on. That's what the creation and fall of man deal with. We don't teach about no spook being or none of that right there. That first chapter showing you how Allah, is basically in man. So here is one of the second chapters, because I'm gonna scan through these chapters just to show you certain things. Now, this is when they fled. Yehoshua and them, they went into Egypt. It got that portion in here. Joseph and Mary and their son were in Egypt and Zone, and John was with his mother in the Judean hills. Elihu sent some messengers in haste to find Elizabeth and John. They found them and they brought them to Zone. So that's how John the Baptist and his mama, which is Yehoshua auntie, Elizabeth, they also went over there too. And basically they in Egypt now. So why they in Egypt? Elihu said, that's the same name as my chairman too, Elihu Pleasant Bay. But Elihu said, it is not strange. There are no happenings. You see? It says, law governs all events. Now, Mary and Elizabeth were marveling because they done been delivered from Herod. They fled, Jerusalem, and they went to Egypt. So they happy. So Elihu told her while they was there in Egypt, they in Egypt now. From olden times, it was ordained that you should be with us. And in this sacred school, be taught. Elihu and Salome took Mary and Elizabeth out the sacred grove nearby where they want to teach. And he told them, Elihu said to him, say, you may esteem yourself thrice blessed, for you are chosen mothers of long promised sons, who are ordained to lay a solid rock, a sure foundation stone on which the temple of perfected man should rest, a temple that shall never be destroyed. We measure time by cycle ages, and the gate to every age we deem a milestone in the journey of a race. Like Noble Drew Ali was our milestone in the journey of the race in this new era in time. Every cycle age produced, a new teacher at the beginning of the cycle. I told you this is what Honorable Elijah Muhammad got that teaching from on Shabazz. Noble Drew Ali was teaching this before the NOI was teaching about the cycle ages. You see? It says, an age is past and the gate to another age flies open at the touch of time. And this is the preparation age of souls. So this means that the people are being prepared during each of these junctures where a new milestone or a new master teacher come. And this is going to tie into our subject matter tonight, dealing with the end time fulfillment of prophecy. I'm just laying the base and foundation right now. We just warming up. The kingdom of Emmanuel, Allah in man. Remember I told you Emmanuel means God in man. So Elihu told Elizabeth and Mary, these your sons will be the first to tell the news and teach the gospel of goodwill to men and peace on earth. A mighty work is theirs, for carnal men want not the light. They love the dark, and when the light shines in the dark, they comprehended it not. We call these sons revealers of the light, but they must have the light before they can reveal the light. And you must teach your sons and set their souls on fire with love and holy zeal, and make them conscious of the missions to the Son of Men. Teach them that Allah and man are one. That's something that the Arabs don't like when you say that. But that through corner thoughts and words and deeds, man tore himself away from Allah and debased himself. Teach that the holy breath will make them one again, restoring harmony and peace. That naught can make them one but love. And Allah so loved the world that he has clothed his son in flesh, that a man can comprehend. The only savior of the world is love. And Yehoshua, son of Mary, comes to manifest that love to men. It says, now love cannot be manifest until its way has been prepared. And naught can rend the rock and bring down the lofty hill and fill the valleys up and prepare the way, but purity. But purity in life men do not comprehend, and so it too must come in flesh. So Jesus came as love, but he's saying that love has to have, preparation. So purity is the only way that one can basically be able to accept love, purity in heart. So John represented purity. That's why it talk about baptized by fire in the Bible, purification. It's the wisdom that he brought to lay the foundation for the God man that was coming behind him. But both of these brothers was being taught, according to the records, in Egypt. They in Egypt right now. He said, and you, Elizabeth, are blessed because yours is purity made flesh. John, her son, he shall pave the way for love. You see what I'm saying? They say this age would comprehend a little. He was talking about the age they was living in. He said this age would comprehend but little of the works of purity and love, but not a word is lost. For in the book of Allah's remembrance, a registry is made of every thought. We talked about that last night, the book of remembrance, right? Every thought, word, and deed. It says, and when the world is ready to receive, lo, Allah will send a messenger to open the book and copy from its sacred pages all the messages of purity and love. Then every man of the earth will read the words of life in language of his native land, and men will see the light, walk in the light, and be the light. And man again will be at one with Allah. So basically, Elihu was teaching them in the sacred groves in Egypt that they was going to give birth to long promised son. One would represent, the purification process, and one going to represent love. Purity must pave the way for love. So when we say the preparation age, we call that the age, of preparation. But the age of fulfillment, is the age in which everything has been prepared, and now things must be carried out. The work has to be done. And so the end time and the fulfillment of prophecy has to do with moving out of the age of preparation into the age of fulfillment. You see, these represent the cycle ages. So the Piscean age represented the age of preparation. The Aquarian age represents the age of fulfillment, so to speak. You see? And this is why the European tried to come up talking about his book, call it the Aquarian Gospel, when the brother Prophet Noble Ali called his book the Circle 7. Prophet Noble Ali again did not get his book from Levi H. Dowling, and nobody can prove that. That's conjecture. They only trying to take the book and say, well, his was printed first. Well, there was a book that was printed before his book and Prophet Noble Ali book. And Levi was dead by the time his book came into print anyway. Make it make sense, people. You know what I mean? So he was way over there in St. Louis. The prophet was too busy in Chicago, to be dealing with, some old European. So anyway, it goes through this book, family, and all these different years here. And this information, not only was he in, see it tell you right here when they was in there being taught by Matheno, and he was teaching John right here the cleansing rites, and Matheno, as we would call him, he basically was teaching him. He was in the temple of Saqqara in the valley of the Nile. He took John down there. They was in the city of Heliopolis in most times in here. So all these chapters that's dealing with the life of, Yehoshua, Jesus, or Isa. Not only was he teaching there, but it's showing you his life works and teachings among the Indian, the people of India. He was there because it shows his journey when he moved throughout the world. Remember I was talking about Juggernaut? It's talking about that right here in this book. Same stuff. They go llamas right there that was talked about by the European. You know what I mean? It's all up in here, family. So a lot of this stuff in here, most of this stuff he was dealing with, see right there? He was among the Hindus here. And this is the teaching that they don't teach you in the Bible. You don't get this in the 18 missing years. There he is again among the Buddhists, basically. Bharata and, so forth and so on. He was teaching. He read the sacred books. It go all the way in, family. That's all I can tell you. And then we got the chapters in here where he actually goes and be initiated, as a neophyte in the ancient Egyptian order. We got another book that go deeper than that go into a further aspect of the initiation. But this just give you a laying of the foundation. But he was in Egypt, family, the whole while in here. So if all these books here dealing with him being in Egypt, and then by the time he finished right here, see it right here in the end, it say these events occurred before he was 30 years of age. It says that events after he had risen from the dead. And a lot of people don't know. See, remember I said that last night? I was saying that it was one that was crucified in his place, and it was made to look if it was such, his image was placed over him, and that's why they believed that it was him that was dead. But actually him being risen from the dead meant that he was elevated, in a spiritual consciousness beyond that of his people. Like, for example, if you're the only one that's in your family that's knowledgeable, you pretty much have been raised from a dead level to a living consciousness. And you can see you the one that got the saving power. You probably look weird to all of them if you're the only one that's conscious and they still Bible thumpers. No offense to our family, but most of us know what we talking about. But it said after this, he appeared back to India, Europe, Africa, and the land of Egypt, and made himself known unto the world. So now this is letting you know how it is that I told you that he most definitely had a history of coming back and living a regular full life, and that's how his bones were found later in that ossuary with his mother them. But it says these events are the 18 years which are absent in your holy Bible. The Bible does not tell you that Jesus died and came back and taught in India, Europe, and Africa. Only the Moorish Holy Quran teaching you that. And Dowling, he got his little version of that. But all this comes from India. It comes from Sanskrit manuscripts that was in existence. So it says these events of John the Baptist taught by the Egyptian sage, the meaning of baptism, how to baptize himself. It says, and afterward he was baptized, he was taken at the age of 12 years old into Africa, the land of Egypt, and there he remained in the Egyptian schools 18 years. There he learned his duty as a forerunner of Yehoshua. So this is what I was telling our brother when our brother was telling me, man, we got to study from 30 to 40 years. And I told him, no, actually we study from 3 to 18 years in our teaching. You see, we got the whole breakdown on this right here. The adept deification of man. Where man attained the title such as Christ, Messiah, God. Adept, mastermind, master teacher. You see what I'm saying? So after this right here, we have other chapters. And this is what like the unto thee I grant, that I was showing y'all that come from Act and all the rest of these chapters, that are basically a lot the same, but have been also divinely prepared by the prophet. They come from that particular text. But that text come from Act in the fourth. Amenhotep the fourth. So if the 18 missing years deal with Egypt, and then these years pass after you get into the social duties and all this right here, and if they come from Egypt, that would make the Moorish Holy Quran be an Egyptian book, whether you know it or not. whether you know it or not. And if you read the book, you'll know this. We wouldn't even have to say it. So we have dispelled the myth. Stop letting people lie to you and say, no, but you Ali plagiarized the work of Levi H. Dowling. And repeating that nonsense because you heard somebody say it. Stop it. Because Levi himself said right here, it says that he admitted a knowledge of the existence of the manuscripts covering part of his Aquarian gospel, but denies obtaining a portion of his work from such a source. And just because he denied that it came from their family, don't mean that it didn't come from them. So it says, concerning the real source of the book, he will not speak. See what I'm saying? He had to work 10 years on the preparation and concerning it, he said. Let the book stand for itself. I did not write it as a person. Oh my God. Levi said he didn't write the book. He said, my name does not appear in it. It is offered as a record transcribed by Levi, right? It says, that is all I have ever said about it. It is being read. So when we go into this special measure, family, come on, man. Let's stop the madness right here. Let's stop the madness. This man did not write this book. He just went and got it, from some people. He was studying teachings of Indologists. He knew what was going on. Y'all letting him get away with it, but then you want to try to make it hard on Prophet Noble Drew Ali and say, he made it. Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you where he got the book from. It's right there. That's why I be saying it, man. That's a lot of hatred, though. To go at an elder like that done died for the cause, literally died for teaching our people. And you Negroes got the mindset to want to disrespect him on his deathbed? Like, man, y'all ain't got no honor, man. It's disgusting, is what it is, for somebody even to fix their mind by any of our ancestors, even the ones that ain't Moors, for you to come out your mouth any type of way disrespecting them. I don't care if it's Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton. If you disrespecting them brothers, man, something wrong with you. And if anybody will listen to that, you disrespecting them, something wrong with you too. For hearing that type of foolishness and let somebody disrespect, and they ain't did nothing. The people that be running their mouth ain't did nothing. Show me what they done built since them brothers built what they built. I'll wait. You ain't even qualified to speak against the ancestors. We got a lot of agents amongst us, people. We got a lot of agents. A lot of agents amongst us. So let me go further into this so we can get into our drawing. And I want to give honors to the family checking in as well. Brother Yakub Gamma Bay, Terrence the Great, Siraj Amurel, Rodney Mizell. He said at Commission Adept do something on Crusade. Oh yeah, I'm leading up into all that right there, brother. Yes, sir. I'm leading up into all that. I'm going there. But see, I got to lay this foundation first, to show this, because I'm going into I'm gonna go into Suleiman, individuals. I want to go into all this stuff right here. So our people get all the records. I'm gonna go into the Crusades and all of that. I got all the books of the Crusades right here next to me, the main ones. 2 good books on the Crusades I want to bring to the. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna probably start taking some of that information, and I'm gonna I just take a screenshot or maybe copy it. That way I can put it on here and present it like I be presenting this other information that's already in PDF format. I got a lot of stuff in my library that people they don't even know. I ain't even scratched the surface yet. I ain't even got really into the depths of it. So let me go back over here where we are. Now that we got that out of the way, and it's on the record again, because that ain't my first time putting that on the record. done it before, but it's always good to refresh and use the hammer of repetition, like I was saying. Now we're going to get into the measure itself, dealing with the book of Ali and the end time and the fulfillment of prophecies. So let me go back here. All right. And like I said, we got everything. You want to read the Moorish Holy Quran, they all online. But they ain't got all the chapters we got in here. We got 70 chapters in ours. The average Circle 7 got like 48. But we got 70 because we include the adept chapters in here. Which makes some people mad because I told you, we don't keep no secrets. It's not in the possession of information, but the use of it, family. I can give you a handful of diamonds, but if you don't know that's what it is, like I say all the time, you take it, put it up in the closet, and let it collect dust and spider webs. So we don't have to hide the truth from nobody and try to make it secret. If that was the case, we wouldn't have got it. Why you think Prophet Noble Drew Ali said the keys was loose? He said he came to take the cover off of all secret organizations. So Noble Drew Ali wasn't about keeping no secrets neither. That's why we keep telling you, he wasn't no Mason, he wasn't no Shrine. He didn't swear to conceal and never reveal. He was a revealer of the light. And when you go and look up the word, I keep telling our people, Hierophant is one who reveals the truth, not one that conceals the truth. You got to go and do your research, and then you'll know where you're getting your information from. So let us go back over here. Now, I actually want to start and pick up on the, I can use some of the commentary that we didn't go over last night and read into it. We'll pick up where we left off last night and read into, the end time and fulfillment of prophecy. This is picking up where we left off at last night. It says, the holy and divine laws are based upon the accurate course of history and perfected plight of God-men. From the great God of our ancient forefathers, these laws are inherited, strictly preserved, and enforced by Allah's prophets and angels. Divine laws are left in the forms of prayers, apostolates, constitutions, holy books for their guidance, lest they go astray. This is very important right here, family, that we understand this. Because see, a lot of people think when we say prophet, we saying prophet like the Europeans say prophet. But we Moors have our own definition of what a prophet is. We don't go by the European definition of what a prophet is. And if you come here, look at what it says right here. Who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's prophet. That means if you don't want to accept him, he's Allah's prophet. I don't care if you're Arab, whatever you think he is, or even if you ain't Arab and you one of our people, you don't accept Prophet Noble Drew Ali, but he is Allah's prophet. See, it says, what is a prophet? A prophet is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh. What is the duty of a prophet? To save nations from the wrath of Allah. That right there lets you know our definition of a prophet is different from the European. And so this is why we say, well, if a prophet is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh, well, that means that you got to stop Allah from thinking in order to stop the seal of prophets from coming forth. To remove the seed of prophecy, you got to stop the great God from thinking. I want to see somebody who can do that. If you believe in a great God. Now, some people get caught up just by hearing the word prophet. Oh, you bunch of converts. This is all you do. You believe in prophets and warnings. Oh, you think that the concept of prophecy is limited to more science, the Bible and the Quran? Oh, do you? Well, let us visit some of the records then. When you come into the teachings of Kemet, there's a prophecy of Nefertiti. The prophecy of Nefertiti, which is one that I honor very well. The prophecies of Nefertiti is set in they say a fictional court of King Sneferu because they have what they call mythos. Everything is mythologically based, but they prophesize things here. I'm showing you that prophecy was a part of the Kemetic doctrine as well. The sage Neferti is summoned to the court so that they can entertain the king with fine speeches, and he is asked to speak of a future rather than the past. And the sage prophesies the downfall of the Egyptian nation by civil war. Sound familiar, don't it? Leading to the eventual atonement of the nation through the rise of a great king. According to Neferti, this king Amenhotep will redeem the chaos and banish enemies and set all aright. And I use a lot of my little, I use a lot of my little humor, because actually I had a measure, where it talk about one coming from the south by the name of Ameni, that will bring a union between the lower and the upper crown, the crown of upper and lower kingdom of Kemet. You see, but nevertheless, I'm showing you that prophecy was a concept in Egypt. You think that's a lie, the high priest of Amun, the Juti, right, as they called him, right? It says the Juti is known from a small number of funerary cones in Metropolitan Museum of Art. And this cone is described, it says, as the first prophet of Amun, the overseer of the sealers of Jehudi. And when it used the word overseer, it's actually saying mir. Same word more. It says the funerary cone make mention of the good God, Neb, right? Nebpetire Amosi. And that word Neb is synonymous with the word Nabi and Nabu, which is prophet. You see, in the Kemetic language. So if you think ain't no such thing, you got the first prophet of Amun and you got the second prophet of Amun. All this stuff right here is in there. So they believed in prophets in ancient Kemet people. This is not just for converts. Now, if you want to go beyond that and deal with what we know in this modern time and get into the Piscean records, it talks about how God will bring chastisement to Egypt. This is Isaiah chapter 19. I ain't going to read all of it. But by the time he got done, after saying he was going to send a deceiving spirit among the Egyptians, which means they hadn't had a deceiving spirit among, he going to put them under the hand of a cruel Lord right here, which means that they wasn't being ruled like that. This was some punishment that was coming to them for a reason. It also said that he was going to bring them out of that state. And when he bring them out of that state, this is what the Hebrews don't like to tell you right here. They like to go against Egypt and talk bad about Egypt and Canaan and everything else. But they don't tell you that the Most High say he was going to smite Egypt and heal them. So this deals with the blessings after they done been smitted. He said, in that day shall Egypt be like a woman. It is said to be afraid of fear because of the shaking of the hand of the Lord of hosts, which shaketh over. I hate they put that pimp reference in this translation, like God had done pimp smite, Kemet down, and she was shaking like the woman, after he said, go get my money or something, I hate they put that in there like that. But that's how they chose to translate it. Either that or God had a terrible sense of humor, according to the way that they tried to put it. And the land of Judah shall be terror unto Egypt. Everyone that maketh mention thereof shall be afraid in and of himself, because of the counsel of the Lord of the hosts, which he hath determined against it. In that day shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan, and swear to the Lord of hosts. One shall be called the city of destruction. So now 5 cities in the land of Egypt will be speaking the language of the Canaanites. So that means it's showing you already know. Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. You know what time it is. All you got to do is go right here. Since we mentioned it, all you got to do is go to Sarabat al-Qadim in the Sinai Peninsula. Look at what they got over there. It's outside of Egypt. Same place where Moses was said to get his 10 commandments. All you got to do is go look it up, family. Right now, today, you might believe Moses wasn't up there. He ain't had nothing. But in the same area where they say he went to get the 10 commandments, Look at all them tablets that's standing up there in the area of the Sinai Peninsula, family, with, Kemetic writings all over. I ain't gonna even go there right now. I'm just showing you. Anything I show you, I'm gonna tell you. Man, this is crazy. So anyway, when they said speak the language of Canaan, I got to bring it up. We got to give it to our people. I wouldn't know this if I didn't study it, family. I can't make this stuff up. See it right here? Proto-Canaanite, which is a Hebrew version of what they call an Egyptian. They saying the Egyptians were going to be speaking this language according to the Bible. Proto-Sinaitic script, Sinai Peninsula, what I was just showing you. Stop playing, family. Look at them. All the different symbols they got up here. Yeah, they showing it to you. Everybody had their little piece of it. Right there. So anyway, going back to what I was getting into, dealing with the prophecies. So we see that, again, prophets and prophecy have been mentioned in Egypt prior to a Bible ever been written. And in this prophecy, as it went on, saying, in that day shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan and swear to the Lord of hosts. It says, one shall be called the city of destruction. In that day, there shall be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof to the Lord. Pyramid, obelisk. Pyramid, obelisk. That's the altar in the land of Egypt. In the midst of the land, that's the pyramid. The pillar at the border, these are obelisks. It says, and it shall be for a sign and for witnesses unto the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they shall cry unto the Lord because of the oppressors. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me Egypt got some oppressors that's oppressing them too? Wait a minute. I thought Egypt was supposed to be oppressing the Israelites. So who are these people that's oppressing the Israelites and the Egyptians? Who is this? Had to be another ruler, didn't it? Somebody came in there. I'm going to let you figure out that. But it says, after Egypt cry unto the Lord, so to speak, because of their oppressors, he shall send them a savior and a great one who shall deliver them. He wasn't talking about Moses. Moses wasn't son as no prophet to the Egyptians. And most scholars will tell you that this savior was Alexander the Greek. How? When they went in there and told Egypt up. Since you want to put it during the time of, Alexander the Greek, since you want to put him during that particular time period, let's go ahead and bring the cat out the bag then. Now we see the original Egyptians was being under the oppression of these people, and the Ptolemies took up that oppression, and then they put it in the Rosetta Stone and boasted about it. The scribes up there writing this stuff, saying they writing under arrest, they made them stand out there in the sun till they die. Yeah, that's what Ptolemy them were doing, talking about they quelling the rebellion of the native Egyptians. And y'all out here talking about the Rosetta Stone was used to decipher the language. How you gonna use something that was used as a declaration? That's like taking, some of the bills and resolution that, are created and act like they made for us, when we know good and well they live by the law, we die by it. Same way that they come up with them different bills and they say, oh, these are counter-terrorists, or these are what they call them, insurgents, and what's the other name they call them, counterinsurgency, and whole bunch of stuff they talk about when they try to label our people radicals, and what they call them, rabble rousers, all types of names they give our people, gangs. And in other words, when they put the decree down, imagine somebody using that and saying, oh, we've cracked the code with the decree that was used to oppress our people over in America. That sounds insane. But that's basically what the Rosetta Stone is. So we know this savior that's going to come to Kemet, Definitely not Alexander the Greek. I don't care what now Christian scholars state. You know, it would have to be one that uplift the culture. It don't necessarily mean that the culture have to be there and holding it tight. I'm gonna let y'all know who that real one that came through there. You know, because the last Egyptian ruler was 360 BC. And it's only one that I know was said to be a reincarnation of the last living pharaoh. And that's Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We're gonna go ahead and let the cat out the bag. That's what they told him when they was initiating him over there. They said that he was a reincarnation of the last pharaoh. He didn't know that, but that's why they put him through the adept test. And they said if he didn't pass him, then he would surely die over there. They weren't gonna kill him. The test was gonna kill him. So by him passing the test and coming through, that's what proved who he was. But anyway, we'll get into it. We don't want to put the cart before the horse. But anyway, and the Lord said, upon himself, the Lord shall be known to Egypt. It says, and the Egyptians shall know the Lord in that day, and shall do sacrifice and oblation, and they shall vow a vow unto the Lord and perform it. It says, and the Lord shall smite Egypt, and he shall smite and heal it, and they shall return even to the Lord, and he shall be entreated of them, and he shall heal them. For those Israelites that like to teach hatred and say God condemned the Egyptians to hell, go back and read your book. We can't make this stuff up. He said, in that day there should be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrians shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. And in that day, Israel will be the third. Oh, well, I thought Israel was chosen above all people. Now, wait a minute. Israel is the third. The third with Egypt and with Assyria. Well, who the first then? Let me keep reading. Even a blessing in the midst of the land. Who he say gonna be the whom the Lord of hosts said, he shall bless, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands. Israel, my inheritance. We see Israel mentioned third, Assyria being mentioned second, and Egypt he refers to as his people. So when these people get out here hollering that Egypt is condemned to hell and that Egypt is not the people of God, are they reading it? Do they have the same? Well, I thought they teach from the King James Bible. So do they have the same book? And I'm going in right here because I had somebody jump in some of my thread, from that side of the fence, trying to come sideways. We're going to let you know that you ain't practicing the book like you're supposed to be practicing it either. Get your act together, Israel. The Most High said that he was going to heal Egypt. He said Egypt was his people, so Egypt should be your people too if it's the people of God. And I'm going to stop it right there because there ain't no need for me saying no more out of that. Unless you're going to write this out the book. What about whatever happened to precept upon precept? Hold up. Let me go see what's going on with my family over here. Family in the chat. Did y'all see what was just read here? Did y'all see what was just read here? Does not what was just read here in Isaiah 19 debunk the conversation about Egypt being condemned to hell by some of our Israelite family? Y'all get at me, and answer that right there while I keep going through this demonstration. So, again, now that we can see this and we understand that Egypt, not only has received prophets and prophecies, but we also see that there was a prophecy made in Egypt according to the Bible. And then we come into a clear conception, and what makes it plain is when we go to the Quran. This is where everything becomes plain at. Where we see that Allah said, and this is Surah 16, Ayat 36, and we certainly sent into every nation a messenger saying, worship Allah. That's just another name for God in Hebrew and the Arabic. It says, and avoid Tagut, And among them were those who Allah guided, among them were those upon whom error was deservedly decreed. So proceed, i.e., travel through the earth and observe what was the end of the deniers. Right? Then in the other translation, this is the Mufti Taqi Usmani translation. That was Sahih International. We did raise a messenger among every people with the message, worship Allah and stay away from the rebel, the shaitan. You see? Then there were some among them whom Allah guided, and there were others against whom deviation from the right path was established. So travel on the earth and see how was the fate of those who rejected the prophets. Here's another coming from Dr. Ghali. And indeed, we have already sent forth in every nation a messenger saying, worship Allah and avoid Taghut, which is false gods. Then some of them Allah guided, and errancy came true against some of them. So travel in the earth and look at how was the end of the unbelievers. You know, every one of these things is showing you that the Most High was sent to, he sent a messenger to every community. If he sent a prophet or a messenger to every nation, he said to Muhammad himself that he gonna raise up a witness one day from all people, that means all of us had to have somebody to come to us at some point, right? So it shouldn't be a big deal. Well, we say an angel, just like a prophet, spirit man, are all thoughts of God made manifested in human flesh. And even if a person don't understand that definition, you know, from the European text, they can understand it from the context of God don't have no dirty thoughts. So if we say a prophet is a thought of God made manifest, we use the term Allah. If we say that, then that means the prophet got to be a pure thought that was made manifest, right? If God is pure, then his thoughts are pure. God don't have dirty thoughts, right? So then we come into the concept of the eschatology of messianic figures such as the Mahdi and the Messiah, or who they call the rightly guided one. They say the Mahdi was going to come in this last day and he going to prepare the way for Yehoshua, or Jesus, the Christ. And we have many people that have claimed to be the Mahdi. We had them claim it many times in the Islamic history. We had some in the history of Egypt claim to be the Mahdi. You know, we had those who claim to be the Mahdi over here in America under the Ahmadiyya movement, then the NOI coming behind that, you know, and so forth and so on. That's neither here nor there. Mahdi just means rightly guided one. So I would say all of our leaders that ever was taught that did some good for our people, all of them was rightly guided ones in their own right. You know what I mean? And then people get so bent out of shape by this term Messiah, but they don't know David was called a Messiah long before Jesus was called a Messiah. Messiah was just another station like king, sultan, or prince, or, you know, and so forth and so on. That's why in the Gospel of Barnabas, you know, Yehoshua would say, I'm not the Messiah whom the whole world expects to come. You know, it's one coming behind me. You see what I'm saying? So this is the constant process of transition of God power from one God man to the next. Eschatology. Messiah laid a foundation for the Mahdi. Mahdi come before the Christ. See what I'm saying? This is all dealing with the concept of the line of prophecy and prophecy being fulfilled, because Muhammad prophesied the coming of the Mahdi. He said he's going to be of the end times. The Arabs like, is he going to be of our stock? He said, no, he ain't going to be no Arab. This Mahdi coming from the end time. When the Most High get ready to end, see it right here? You think I'm making this up? In Islamic eschatology, who is believed to appear at the end times to rid the world of evil and injustice. Huh? And they say he going to appear shortly before Prophet Isa, Jesus. So Jesus is supposed to come behind the Mahdi, so they say, right? Go figure. So this has always been the dynamic. So I'm gonna show you something. I want to go a little further now in the reading and our commentary. So I'm gonna start back from the top and read the rest of it on out. It says, holy and divine laws were based upon the accurate course of history and the perfected plight of God men. From the great God of our ancient forefathers, these laws are inherited, strictly preserved, and enforced by Allah's prophets and angels. The divine laws are left in the forms of prayers and apostolates, constitutions, and holy books for their guidance, lest they go astray. Again, when y'all hear this word prophet, we ain't getting spooky, because even the European consider Nostradamus a prophet. And y'all be running around here talking about Nostradamus prophesies, and all this type of foolishness. But anyway, it says, I brought you something you can't tell. This is what Prophet Noble Ali said. It would tear you up. Of his many businesses, the MST of a Moorish Science Temple of America will be the only organization founded by Noble Ali. The Prophet Noble Ali is the founder of the 1913 organization. He would later name the MST of A in the Newark, New Jersey area, right? Although the business would close after his transition, the MST of A would legally disappear from the face of the earth. Notice the difference between the founder as opposed to being the bringer of the MST of A. This means by being just another organization chartered to do business in every state throughout the corporate United States, the MST of A was destined to be torn up by its members. Being the table he prepared before us in the presence of our enemy, it says the tear down of the MST of A would give the illusion of the MST of A was a mere anti-Christian, NBC, Islamic religion, and Ali had failed to fulfill the duties of a prophet. Nevertheless, many did not pay attention to his last words. I can work better for you on the soul plane, where the devil cannot hide. The third and fourth generation will see the good of my work. 3 and 4 is 7, right? It says, every word I speak is spirit, and you Moors had better take heed. That's what Noble Ali said. Today, due to the competitive nature of the West, there are over 400 versions of the MST of A, and not one of them is in peaceful harmony with the others. Although the majority of these MST of A branches are authorized under the religious tenets in a federal or state department of correction, each one has its own form of leadership in Grand Sheikh Adept, Chief Minister, or Moderator, or Sultan at the helm. While these titles may sound impressive, not one Moorish American has been freed, independent, or sovereign, as was Noble Drew Ali. Since the Holy Prophet is the only true Moorish American to officially proclaim his free national name and was duly recognized by the nations of the earth, and also explains why only he was ordained to be the founder of the Uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The MST of A will only become one again upon being nationalized into the Department of Education of their said Moorish American government. That means you got to bring your temple up under the Moorish American government. Their government is the only government in which they can truly live, and that's something they ain't willing to do, because some of our people ain't got peace in them. I want to give honors to our good brother Neil Bay. That's a real Moorish American Muslim right there. He ain't got no complex about being around the Moorish American government like some of our family that think they in the temple. And he invited me many a time on his platform to teach his brothers and sisters about our Moorish American government. Facts. We might have had little disagreements here and there, but it was never nothing that made me and this brother go in opposition to each other. I want to give honors to some of the Moorish Americans that we have had little measures in the Moorish Science Temple, and they done came around and we have a better understanding of each other. I knew where they was coming from for the beginning, but most of the time our people don't understand where we coming from. But they seen us out here putting in the work. They were thinking we were trying to tear down something. Till they seen us out here on the front line swinging that scimitar for the prophet. And they say, okay, now we get it. Until we was able to make Moorish America great again. Because there was a time you couldn't even mention yourself being a Moor. a few years back without people attacking. They tried me like that right there until they seen that I wasn't the one. So praise be to Allah for giving me the strength to be able to endure and be on the manifest and deal with this madness. Because I got time for it. When everybody else running from it, I don't run from it. I want all the smoke. So the reason, since 1929, the MSTLA has failed its purpose to free all 60 million Moorish Americans is simply because the members did not strictly preserve the holy and divine laws of their prophet. The prophet warned his members what would happen if they did not hear his voice. Still, they did not adhere to his warnings and have grown complacent to the traumas of a government that has always enslaved them. The 80-year history of unstable leadership shows the Moorish still too fearful of love as they continue submission to carnal customs of the West and serving the gods of Europe rather than being themselves free national Moorish Americans. They did not strictly preserve Noble Drew Ali's postulates of freedom, which ensured their earthly and divine salvation. The tongue is often the ambassador of the mind. The tongue can express the status of a free man's mind, or wagging like a red piece of flannel from the mouth of a slave is talking loud, but with words without substance. On the scale of consciousness, the tongue will always represent an established, free-born national citizen of a government, proper person, the presenter of the soul. It can speak from the range of the Most High God through governments to family lineages. That's what I'm doing right now. Sins are violations of the natural ordinances of divinity and the harmonies of life. When nations disobey the high principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, they must take its course. In order to avoid the karmic course of justice, all nations, tribes, families should worship their God and be aligned with the principles of their forefathers. The constitution of a nation must be balanced with the divine covenant, or they will subject themselves to the wrath of mental slavery, being conquered and enslaved by stronger manifests of both. If the nation survive these divine chastisements and genocide does not befall their lot, they are often free to repent and correct the destiny of sin and disobedience. The crowned heads of Egypt have assigned the Moors to propagate the faith and extend the leanings, it says, in truth of the great prophet Muhammad into Europe. It says, and from about 711 to 1350, the Moors of Al-Andalus did bring civilization, religion, and education to the forbidden nations of Europe. The Moors brought Europe out from the dark age of non-education. But to the victor goes the spoils. During their 800-year encounter, the Moors had amalgamated three new nations, Italians, Sardinians, it says Sicilians. For the next century, the Moors had weakened from their divine mission and had begun to serve the man-made gods of Europe. By 1492, the Islamic sultans of Arabia, Egypt, and Morocco had conspired with the Jews, who were also being ousted from Spain. King Ferdinand with his queen Isabella eyed her and Roman Catholics to wage war against the Moors occupying their land. In 1492, expulsion of the Moors from Spain, it said, who survived the onslaught, were used to begin the West African slave trade. And I had stopped on a measure up in here where I was dealing with the Moriscos and the Maori last night. But, he went into it. Virtually all European nations have an ethnographic meaning for the Moorish people of Africa. All of them have a different name they use to call us, basically. Y'all need to understand that, too. Who keep saying the word Moor is Latin. No, it ain't. Go do your research. It should be noted that these are basic words from their language used to describe, direct, or explain. Often the European etymology of Africa and its people has little or no factual transliteration to the true meaning of the subject. Y'all just accept it as such. In the Latin word, Moor derives from Mari. See? It says the Latin word more derived from Mari. Moriscos, Spanish, and it says Catalan, Moriscos or Moriscos, Portuguese, Moriscos, Galician Moriscos, meaning Moorish, When the European got tired of these descriptions, they added adjectives, e.g., swarthy more, blacker more. These words later gave life to the so-called American Negro and worldwide acceptance of black people. Meanwhile, neither the Negro nor blacks exist as a people. Again, remember these are but words, are just words. But to show you how the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, in that year, while the colonies of America were still corporations under British rule, the Black Code laws, BCL, were voted into law. In 1779, the BCL would be signed into the 3/5 clause of the new United States Constitution and later would be concealed into the 1868 14th Amendment extend the United States enslavement of the Moorish people under 143 years until they free themselves or perish. Some of the gods of Europe, because Prophet Noble Ali said that our people went after the gods of Europe. What are those gods of Europe? Western Freemasonry is one of them. Competition is another. The church is another. Christianity is one of the gods of Europe that they created for our people. Wars is a god for the people. Prison system became a god of Europe. Hatred became a god. Slander, same sex. And you already know the relation. All that's gods of Europe. Diseases, murder, the class system, pets, subjugation, Bibles, taxes, poison food, sororities. All of these are gods of Europe. I know it's hard to swallow, people. I know y'all think we being too harsh when we talk like this, but you can't feel no worse than when you see these people up there talking their mouth, talking through their mouth and running their mouth, talking about how we need to accept the new definition of history that's being given to us. And all this other stuff. You don't say nothing then, you get them a pass, so sit down and listen to me. It says, in these days, the unproclaimed Moorish Americans and the only nationless people, topside planet mud, who declare they know all too well the above list of European gods. Yet, they still serve the gods of Christianity, which has been prepared by the forefathers of the Europeans for their earthly salvation of their descendants. The Moorish males who have been rendered without a true identity and sustained in the complete powerless are being complete powerless, right? Since 1492, silently crow, I'm free, ancient, and accepted. But how free is he without a free national name? How ancient is the NBC made only in America? What nation on earth accepts colored people? Yes, those of Negro Masonic Lodge know more about Western Freemasonry than George Washington, his cherry tree, and the axe he used to cut it down. Ain't it strange for all black and Moorish brethren, it says, to know more about these gods of their pale-skinned man, age 21, with sound mind and body, and still not know Europeans have used this god to prevent the Moorish from being a free national man? Completion is a god that condemns unity to hell. And how many African nations had love and happiness but left with the Bible and AIDS? So this is what lead us up into the chapter end time and the fulfillment of prophecies, family. Like we say, we want to give honors to our family for checking in. But playtime is over. So, we ain't holding nothing back. We giving it to you like it is. If you get hit by this demonstration, you feel like, it's hurting you. It's too much for you. You don't like what's being said. You're taking it some type of way. That ain't how I mean for you to take it. But if you take it that way, I can't help that's the way you take it. You know what I mean? I can say this right here. If you pay attention and sit down, you'll get the grand draw, and in due time, it'll all make sense to you. Just be patient and be willing to learn, be willing to listen, and you'll get it. So, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, last book, End Time and Fulfillment of Prophecies. We already know, we just spoke about the end of time. We talked about these different, prophets being sent at a particular time, in most cases. But there was one grand prophecy, even the Sumerians and the Native Americans and Everybody talk about this time of the end time, the end of the cycle. You know, that's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali was referring to here. You see? The end of time, let's go in the commentary and see what he has to say, our chairman. The end of time means the conclusion of limited thinking. In other words, you ain't thinking like no NBC, no Negro, black man, colored man. Like you somebody else's property. Restricted understandings, predetermined existence and bounded wills. Time is finite duration. Time is an illusion and nothing more. Time, be it past, present, it says, and it's actually future, has its beginning and end. That's a misprint. It says the past equals history and cannot be changed, relived, or returned. The present equals does not exist. Thoughts used in the present time are now history. And the future equals has not yet happened or has not happened yet. So when we talk about this here, this is why we say time is an illusion. So this is the end of time where you got to deal with the past, present, and future and the illusions. It says time is subject to change. And as conditions and ethers change, all finite things are not made of the permanent substances. Time appears in the states of illusions, e.g. eras, ages, epochs, periods, generations, phases, hours, schedules, and occasions. Man has no use for time except during his fall from the infinite perfection as God. In his human state, man has been a slave to time. He has marked time, counted time, wasted time, and even served time. Yet rarely does finite mind of humans comprehend this finite duration. It says, or how he himself is making the illusion of time to become his master. This is why what the prophet of Ali meant when he instructed the Moors to attend your meetings promptly. In order to be on time, you must be ahead of time. Right? So we already know the fulfilling the prophecies. So we'll go into that one too. The fulfilling the prophecies is the completion to the course of natural law, satisfying the declaration, completing the word realization, realizing and ordain, reward and divination, finishing the covenants and accomplishing the assurances, pleasing the predictions, the will of man joins the will of God, the temple of perfected man, the resurrection becoming a fact, that which has been ordained to happen happens. That's what we talk about when we say the fulfillment of prophecy. Everything you've been praying for, all that you've been wishing for, everything that you thought was going to happen, it's on the manifest now. So it says Ravs, because it also goes into that. It speaks on the Rav, but I'm going to go back up here real quick to the ayats. It says, in the last prophet of these days and time is Noble Drew Ali, who was prepared divinely in the due time by Allah to redeem men from their sinful ways and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. And so what is that great wrath? Coming back down here to the commentary, wraths are divinely inspired punishments, admonishments, and disciplinary karmas drawn by man's disobedience. Remember, he who made you is also your father. The course of a perfected man is forever guided by the great God. And when man, families, nations abandon the straight way, which has been shown by their prophets, then a course of disciplinary action is sure to come. Wraths, it says, are natural parental obligations. It says, for the love of their child, that the descendants will unfold into their manifest destinies. Come here, I know you ain't gonna do it no more. It says, since there is no death to spirit man, it has been only carnal man who has suffered through the many wraths. It says, for his defiance against the right order. Of all life's certainties, the wrath is the most inevitable. The prophets warned about the certainty of the great wrath. This great destruction will be a planetary reaction, earthquakes. Surah 99, sideline torrential storms. It says volcanic eruptions, etc. From the Aquarian age unfolding and from the Piscean age. You see, the chairman actually spoke right here, on All of these things that were going to take place. Now, he wrote this book a long time ago, but he tell them how the wrath going to come, how the planet was going to react to earthquakes and, the storms and the volcano. Man, we've been seeing storms like we ain't never seen it before. We getting weather that we ain't never seen before. Snow all down here in the south. Heavy. In Florida, yeah, it done snowed in Florida a couple of times. But it really snowed a few years ago. It says, but the worst is yet to come. In these coming days, when man's own self-hatred turns against mankind with wars, famines, global diseases, genocide, and fire. Stiff-necked nationless Moors will be the most expendable and vulnerable, it says, to great wrath. Drew Ali said their blood would flow as high as the horse's brow, and no one will hear them pray. It say it is the active love and conscious good will of a few which has delayed this wrath, which will begin in the new city furthest west, USA. It says the last prophet will take this redeemed Moors high above this inevitable end of preparation era, which has served its purpose. This is why the great wrath is sure to come upon the earth. Then it says, and it's going to go into this, but we'll go here. I want to put a cart before the horse. Okay, it says here. Okay. Oh, yeah, we went all the way through that right there. So, yeah, we'll read that on down there. So, basically, it said John the Baptist was the forerunner, it said, of Yehoshua in those days to warn and stir up the nation and prepare them to receive their divine creed, which was to be taught by Yehoshua. Remember, purity must prepare the way for love. In these modern days, there came a forerunner who was divinely prepared by the great God Allah, and his name is Marcus Garvey. Yep, Noble Drew Ali said that in his literature. He said that Marcus Garvey was John the Baptist to him. It says, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare and meet the coming prophet, who was to bring the true and divine creed of Islam. And his name is Noble Drew Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah to teach the old time religion and everlasting gospel to the sons of men, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. Now, if you think this a game, we know the will of the Most High is what it is. Do you think that it's by chance that Noble Drew Ali was the first to teach Islam in America and bring it in the way he brought it? No, it was necessary that he bring it the way he brought it, because the people had been buried deep in the Piscean records of what we call the Bible. They had already been taught nothing but biblical teaching. So don't you think the Circle 7 was good enough to bridge the gap between them and what was to come? Because without that, they wouldn't have been able to comprehend the mission. Come on, man, it makes sense. Allah knew what he was doing to wake our people up. That's why he let Noble Drew Ali bring the truth the way he brought it and in the style in which he taught it. Because our people were still in the biblical. He couldn't just jump straight out of that. Here you go. Here go the Grand Quran right here. No, he weaned them off of that. He embraced them where they had to take them where they needed to go. That's what he did. So, let me go back down here to the commentary while I was getting ready to read. It says Islamism, because it mentioned the old time religion that was returned to us by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Islamism, the old time religion, is God plus man equals the great God of love and the universal harmonies of life. That's what we mean when we talk about Islamism. It says this first religious creed is sheltered by the Comedian Constitution of Ma'at, man know thyself. Them the fundamentals of the first religious creed, as we call it. The ancient true creed had not been revealed to the nations of the earth since before Moses. It says the 2300 year, 2300 year era of the Piscean age, where man traveled by water, now unfolded into the Aquarian age. It says where transit is through the ethers. Islamism teaches the nearest place to meet with the great God is in the pure consciousness of man. Then he goes on, it says, as John the Harbinger was to Yehoshua 2,000 years ago, so is Marcus Mosai Garvey and Noble Drew Ali today. All four were ordained by the same great God to save their nation, and each prophet was educated in Kemet. In order to appreciate the infinite bond uniting the last forerunner, Marcus Mosai Garvey, with the last prophet Noble Drew Ali, one must compare the state of iron hand oppression of the Israelites with the constitutional slave of the Moorish of West Africa. It says, Marcus Garvey was born August 17, 1887. That's a year before Prophet Noble Drew Ali, born 1886. St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica, made his transition in June the 10th, 1940, in London, England. Between his birth and death, he prepared the minds of Africans enslaved in the United States and the adjoining islands to receive one greater than himself. Marcus told the people that there was only one God, because that was Marcus Garvey teaching. One God, one aim, one destiny. Prophet Noble Drew Ali answered it, coming right behind it by saying, salvation, our God, unity. Marcus told the people that there was only one God. The gods they served was not their own, but he never said God's name. Marcus taught his people that they were a mighty nation, but he did not give them their free national name. Marcus instructed his people that they had one destiny, but he did not say where. These things were later fulfilled by the prophet Drew Ali, and the U.S. Master Garvey founded 1914 the Universal Negro Improvement Association, as he spoke of a new Negro. His newspaper, Negro World 1919 to 1933, advocated a Negro independent economy within the framework of European capitalism, and he established Negro-run businesses featuring the Black Star shipping line for imports and exports to Africa. But by Marcus Garvey being an angel of Allah, and real promise of the Black Star line was to return the minds of his people with the thoughts of the Holy Covenant of Amexa. Betrayed by his people, Marcus was indicted in 1922 for mail fraud. After he served 2 years in the Atlanta Federal Prison, it was Prophet Noble Drew Ali who had the sentence of Marcus Garvey commuted. Noble Drew Ali challenged the U.S. proof of jurisdiction over Marcus Mosai Garvey as a national, but Marcus could only be released into the sovereignty of another government, and he chose France, where he was deported in 1927. Same year the Circle 7 was actually, brought into manifest, so to speak, print. It says, note, the NBC do not get deported from the U.S. prison. Garvey was not a black man, but a native from the protectorate of the island of Jamaica. The next year, the prophet and his Jamaican forerunner met again in Havana, Cuba, at the Pan American Conference. Drew Ali so loved his forerunner until Marcus Mosai Garvey became the only living God whose name is written in Circle 7, the holy book written by the last prophet. Garvey eventually moved back to London in England, where he died June the 10th, 1940. His body was returned to Jamaica in 1964, where his island would receive a 50-year mandate from Britain to become independent and sovereign of this day. So it says, again, let's go back up here to our next ayat. It says, the Moorish sign symbol of America is a lawfully chartered organization, incorporated organization, any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter the prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States. Says that the world may hear know the truth among the descendants of Africa. There is still much wisdom to be learned in these days for the redemption of the sons of men under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. But there's another measure he touched on down here in the next commentary that's very important. The brother said in 1913, Noble Drew Ali founded the ancient Canaanite temple in Newark, New Jersey. From its very beginning, the sole purpose was to uplift fallen humanity as an institution of higher learning. From 1913 to Newark, 1928, In Chicago, his establishment would change names 5 times, finally becoming the Moorish Science Temple of America, MST of A. It is impossible to intelligently research the history, it says, purpose and prophecy of the MST of A without remembering it is only an organization. The MST of A has always been and forever will be an organization. Since 1929, many thousands of people have been misled by a few misleaders who have cloaked this organization to be something greater than a chartered organization, lawfully bound to the jurisdiction of every state throughout the United States. By word of mouth, the MST of A has been made to appear as a religion, grand temple, nemophilic, and fraternal order. It says in empire, republic, reincarnated temple, big little circles, 1928 portions, federation, a government, embassy of Morocco, and a nation of people. But the carnal customs of man did not alter the nature of truth. Organizations are never nations. One nation can own millions of organizations, but no organization or group of organizations can own one nation. All non-governmental organizations are powerless unless first authorized by a nation. Noble Drew Ali, as the first metaphysical adept, returned to the Americas from Egypt and founded the MST of A as a teaching instrument to the end the mental slavery which possessed his people. It says he masterfully prepared his organization of divinity for his sleepy-headed Moorish kin in the very presence of their enemy. Remember, since 1868, his people had been reburied in the shallow grave of, it says, constitutional de facto slavery ratified in the 14th and 15th Amendment. To this day, the Moorish assume that they are free, ancient, and accepted Negroes, and thereby citizens of the USA. It says it was infinite wisdom for Drew Ali to subject each charter of the MST of A to the jurisdiction of every state throughout the United States. For these are the very states wherein they were born and denationalized. That's a smoking gun, family. It says all nations must be taught to use the wisdom of the highest ideal. The day will come soon when the redemption of the nations of the earth will be guided by the open green pentagram of the Moorish. The 5 points represent man when he is fully conscious of himself as God. When he thinks as God, it says he is the Moorish flag. It says mean God man. When he thinks as God, he is. And so the Moorish flag means God man or God in man. So it says, okay, let's go to this other one right here. Real quick. We back done. We're going to end this one earlier than we end the last one. I'm getting better, family. I'm getting better. So anyway, it says, we as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the family of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, neither serve the gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. And so when we go into the commentaries on this right here, you see it. We ain't trying to amalgamate one who has been redeemed from the suffrages of slavery and forgiven for their sins and bold disobediences before the great God. As a clean and pure nation, the Moorish Americans are the people, a people very conscientious. It says a conscious part self. It says of their descendant nature. They do not desire to integrate and limit their divine salvation to earthly inheritance of European nations handed down by their forefathers. As descendants of Africa and Moorish Americans have no craving, it says, to marry into their melanin-less pale-skinned families. Upon the table of law, constitutional of Ma'at, it says, Exodus 20, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Get your eyes off of it. It is not right for Africans to covet the families of Europe. It says, indeed, every child they produce will forever be born a sun-kissed African. And after a few generations, mankind of the pale-skinned race will be permanently eradicated from the face of the earth. The holy name, Moorish American, is a free national name. To sustain the status of a clean and pure nation, we, descendants of Africans, will not steal the existence of the genocide over other nations. It says, such wish in the spirit of law is death. See marriage law of man and wife. See the church and Christianity. You know, he touches on that up here as well. Let's go back up here. There it go, right there. So now that he let you know that we know we're a clean and pure nation, we ain't serving the European deed. It's all they gods. So get that out your mind when you talking about the Moors is up here dealing. No, the Moors do not believe in that. In fact, the prophet said right here in Ayat 7, he said, therefore we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation. That's their stuff. Give it back. Not ours. There it is right there. Let's go back up here. It says, while we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. And I pointed this out to y'all recently. Not talking about the Arabized version. We talking about that which comes straight up out of Kemet and is the most spiritual side. Tasawwuf. That was founded by us. That was founded by the ancient Kemites. So anyway, it says, the covenant of the great God, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earth land which the Lord thy God alive given thee. And that means honor your nationality and divine creed, people. That's your mother and your father. That's facts, big facts. Hold up. It says, honoring one's father and mother is one of the oldest of all covenants of the great God Allah, from Drew Ali's questionnaires. Question 42. It says in Exodus 20, it says, we read, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earth land which the Lord thy God alive given thee. Covenants are divine, treaties established between the Most High, the Father, and his children, preserved through their ancient forefathers by his prophets, angels, and men. Negroes, blacks, and colored people, the MBC, are man-made nationless people who have been made into slaves, straw men, and other products named for the express commercial use of ruling national powers. The MBC with no descendant nature shall remain vulnerable because they have no father, no mother from whence to honor. We got our people right now confused. They don't know if they want to deal with genealogy or DNA. But anyway, therefore, this covenant can no longer apply to those who have debased themselves from the vine and fig tree of their forefathers, since they were made with no history. The only thing certain about the future use of MBC, or Negro, Black, and Colored, is cells, concentration camps, annihilation, and death. The tragedy of this blood up to the horse's brow massacre, right? Never been one nation. Massacre is once they are gone, the citizens will miss them in less than a fallen pet or used car. Oh man, that's bad. It says in the basis, there has never been one nation to stand in defense of another government or the government's resources, right? And this is because every nation, especially Morocco and Saudi Arabia, well, every nation on earth knows the NBC is owned by the United States, pardon self, and for the honorable end, no national power, especially Morocco and the United States, so to speak, especially Morocco and Saudi Arabia and the Holy City, will come to the aid of the NBC. None of them gonna come to your aid. Because they look at you as property, and for them to say something, it'll be like an act of war against the United States. Because they the one claiming they own you. You see what I'm saying? This is crazy. It's the truth, but somebody got to tell it. It hurt. I know it hurt. I know it hurt. So, going down to the last few ayats, it says, the covenant of the great God, again, honor thy mother and thy father, or thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God, Allah, had given thee. We went over that. It says now here, come all ye Asiatics. This Noble Drew Ali saying all this, family. He wrote this. Come all ye Asiatics of America, or Asiatic of America, hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, because you are not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed, that you will learn to love instead of hate. You got to learn that Ma'atic law of truth and right in order to live by truth and right. You got to learn what Ma'atic love is in order to live by Ma'atic love. But anyway, he said, we are trying to uplift fallen humanity. Come link yourself with the families of the nations. It said, we honor all true and divine prophets. And that's why you always hear me saying, man, we ain't here to beef with nobody about their doctrine. We honor all the God men. The Grand Quran say don't put them against each other. You know, each party rejoicing in that which is of themselves. Don't do that. You feel me? You got to learn how to see the love. So anyway, it goes on. It says, the supreme purpose of the ordination of Drew Ali into the divine realm of prophetdom is to link the clean and pure nation of Moorish Americans with the families of the nations, to recover a people who have been completely detached, denationalized, and disempowered. It says, away from every recognized nation on earth who could take a power 5 times greater, it says, than the succeeding prophets before him. But before he could reunite his community of people with the family of nations, they must first earn their true freedom, as opposed to acceptance of powerless existence under another's yoke and law. Noble Drew Ali first had to teach them their nationality and divine creed, warn them of the necessity to love instead of hate, educate them into trusting the capacity of their own worth and infinite wisdom, make them aware that they have not been cured from the stresses of post-traumatic slave syndrome, heal them from the psychological disorders and group transmitted afflictions of mental slavery, caution them about serving the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. We honor all true and divine prophets, because every nation that suffered slavery has been liberated, but only after they honored their special prophet. As the Moors rejoin the human families of the nations, they must also learn that they have much divine love to give to these, their children. Wisdom is the gross national product of the Moorish people. Yes, there is still much wisdom to be learned from the Moors. Today, every nation is seeking peace, but it can only be obtained through the holy principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, being proclaimed and practiced by the way of Moorish Americans. In addition, every nation will want to know from the Moors, how in the West did you get around your elbow and still got your thumb? And he was actually speaking of, you know, when Prophet Noble Drew Ali said he had to go around his elbow to get to his thumb in order to get what he needed to get done in this government. Masterminds know the meaning behind that. But anyway, it says, thanks for studying the little holy book of Drew Ali. We pray you receive much inner strength. Now for the sincere researcher and those seeking the freedom, it says, through pillars of truth, it says, we offer the following reinforcements and protections of the prophets from a Moorish perspective with love. It says, the great fall and appointments of the prophets. The fall of man has forever been an appointment of the great God. All falls begin from a high elevation to a descent, or from the center outwardly. The true fall of man took place in his head. His fall began when his will became sluggish, a sluggish will, and he fell mind head first into the denser plane of false sensations. Since the great fall, a major prophet has been born unto a people whom had been plummeting deep into unconsciousness. The force of love divine cannot die. So prophets sent by the great God to redeem his peculiar people. It says, this angelic saving power became the supreme duty of all prophets. This magnanimous duty has remained unchanged from Adam to Ali. All prophets were ordained to fulfill an assigned obligation amongst their native nationals. The most difficult task of the angels of the great God was transliterating wisdom, speaking from the highest plane of spirit life into the native language, often current language used by the conquered, was also the national language of the conqueror. The divine origin of the first inhabitants of the earth was found in the security and the unity in their love to each other. This belated love in later times gave rise to the human families of nations. Anthology of this reciprocal care, love to each other, is called the Great God. So if you ever want to see the Great God, look within the purified heart and behold his being. Continue. It says the suffrages of these nations were often due to systematic traumatizing and conquest by diseases, war, famine, genocide, slavery, famine, and genocide. These plunges from the grace of wisdom were encountered during their fall from D, if you will. It says this conveyance from the spirit plane to the manifest was always recorded in the various levels of understanding, right? Needed during the special era. Then he goes into how to recognize a prophet. The era of Adam symbolizes the first angel in adorned human form of flesh made from the false sensations of the nether world. This, the great God, pardon self, I got it mixed. The great fall, I'm so used to saying great God. The great fall is often depicted as the apple which was given, it says, to the charge of the fruit of human knowledge, introduced to Adam by his wife Eve. For about 2,000 years, Eve and the apple both got a bad rap for the creation and fall of man. The last prophet Noble Ali clicked on the light of truth in this earthbound myth by reminding his Moorish of, it says, the question, who made you? Allah. By this alone, he taught man he is a seed of the great God and is therefore perfect. Yes, as perfect as the source from whence he came. It says, but the child is only as perfect as his mother is, right? Or as the mother is. It says, so the perfect seed of the great God was planted in the only soil which it would grow apace. It says, this mother soil is better known as the plane of soul, where the God man was to perfect himself by the things he suffered through the intent of his actions, e.g., thinking, reasoning, willing, understanding, and remembrance. The cultivation of this soil became the breast of one mother from which man could suck. The story of Adam and Eve in the Greek Septuagint, it says, is a very misleading rendition of the fall. Contrary to his Comedian teachings, the fall of man has been continued in his worshiping of gods outside of himself. Still from the worst, the wise will find means of good. Therefore, during his fall into a body of desires, Adam became an angel and returned to his state as God, according to the great Quran of Muhammad. Adam's conscious return unto himself as God demonstrates how he became the first prophet. What Adam has done, all men must do. There's a divine bond uniting all the prophets. This golden chain links to all the prophets as one and being of the same and with one duty. Prophets are angels of the great God. Kemet is the heaven of all angels. Prophets are born from amongst their nationality attached to the human family of nations. Pale-skinned nations of Europe have never had a prophet born from amongst their kindred. The closest Europe has ever come to having Comedian teachings were with the return of Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, and Alexander the Greek. Every prophet always leaves a book. It says, for the protection and guidance and salvation of their people and other nations of the earth. Okay, it says recognizing prophets, a Moorish commentary. The Greek Roman Septuagint, it says 2,000 years ago, is called today's Holy Bible. This is what Prophet Drew Ali meant when he noted the foundation of Christianity began in Rome. The Bible was originally drafted from the Holy Scribes and sacred writings of ancient Kemet of Africa. The Torah, it says, is the 5 books of Musa or Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, which derived from the ancient laws of the Comedians. While Moses or Musa was born amongst the Hebrews, he was raised as a Comedian aristocrat. The so-called Hebrews were never a nation of people attached to the human family of nations. It would do well for those Moorish born in Americas who called themselves Hebrew Israelites to recheck the descendant nature of these words before accepting them as a way of out of Western slavery. To this day, there is no such place as Hebrew land, country, or state. In fact, Hebrew was the official slave name given to the foreign tribesmen once they were made slaves under the Comedian jurisdiction. This denationalization process is not new. If the so-called Hebrew were in the United States today, they would be the Negro, Black, and Colored people, ETL, NBC. The Torah was the first revealing, it says, of the Comedian records, which has been kept secret until made public by Moses. There are more versions of the Bible than any other holy book in the world. Yet rarely do studies show the Old and New Testaments as being a compilation of books written by and describing the duties of dozens of prophets during their special eras. Each prophet brought to their people a higher degree of the world's first religious creed, according to their comprehensive resolves at that time. There are 25 prophets mentioned by name in the Quran, although there were many more in different times, places. Buddha of India, Confucius of China. The essence of these 25 prophets cover the divine spectrum of messengers and angels of Allah from Adam to Muhammad. The 25 prophets honored in the Quran are Adam, 1, 2, Idris, Enoch, 3, Noah, 4, Hud, Habir, 5, Salih, Methuselah, and 6, Lot, 7, Ibrahim, 8, Ishmael, 25, Muhammad, and now I actually went too far over there. It's supposed to go to Ishak, which is Isaac, 10, which is Yaqub, Jacob, 11, which is Yusuf, Joseph, 12, which is Shuaib, which is Jethro, 13, which is Ayub, which is Job, 14, which is Dulkafil, which is Ezekiel, and 15, which is Moses, Musa, which is Moses, 16, which is Harun, which is Aaron, 17, which is Dawood, which is David, 18, which is Suleiman, equaling Solomon, 19, Elias, 20, Alesa is actually, in which is Elisha. And then we have 21, which is Yunus, which is Jonah, 22, which is Zechariah, 23, which is Yahya, John the Baptist, 24, which is Isa or Yehoshua, and 25, which is Muhammad. So now the last angel of Allah, through the above line of the holy prophets El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, see the genealogy of Jehoshua and commentary for peace be upon them all. It says, Noble Drew Ali in his holy Quran defined, contemplation and victories of war are not good sources for history because of the distorted truths by the rulers and victims left unconsidered by the conquerors. History is rarely an exact science. Most histories are disfigured tales or misrepresented crimes told by the criminals. Whenever a criminal describes the crime, rarely is the victim taken into consideration. Oh man, I give honors to my chairman. It says, nevertheless, the majority of the true histories acquired their beginnings from the holy books as left by every prophet. The first books were recorded in oral tradition, cherished in the memories and traditions of the redeemed. Noble Drew Ali is the last prophet in these days, right? It says, and from Adam to Ali, a sacred record of holy instruction, prophecies and warnings have been placed and sustained into the hearts and minds of their special people. In accordance with the prophets before him, the last prophet in these days also wrote a holy book for his fallen people. The illustrious noble Drew Ali is the seventh angel prophesied in the book of Revelation, chapter 10, with one foot leaving the sea waters of the Piscean age and the other planet upon the earth, right? The new era of the Aquarian foundation, right? It says, where man must travel by thought. It says, he brought the little open written book, the seven seals, circle seven. The prophet returned the seven seals to the Moors through the grand national seal of the Moorish nation, which is our seal that we have. It says, this great seal today, it says yesterday, the circle seven, and remembers the seven seals are the seven chakras of God perfection, which have been aligned, it says, and fixed within the human body and must be solved by man. At his long-awaited and prophesied birth, January 8, 1886, in the state of North Carolina, after nearly 10,000 years, all these lessons of purity and love once held back by the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine were released to the nations of the earth. These lessons are also included the missing 18 years of Yehoshua Jesus' life, not found in the Septuagint, It says the acclaimed author Levi has been accredited with revealing the lessons, it says, to the pale-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed nations of Europe in his book called The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ. It says, from his guiders in Kemet, Noble Drew Ali was actually given, read, transliterated, and then returned to Moorish 66 of those chapters. After returning to the western grave site of his buried people, we was talking about that Northwest Cemetery last night, wasn't we? It says he added 4 chapters. It says, featured in this pamphlet, totaling 70 chapters. These 70 chapters joined with the 7 postulates of his divine constitution and bylaws became his footprints for his Moors to follow, in freedom of their earthly and divine salvation. The public is unstable and ungrateful. In the United States of America, the true nationality and divine creed of the Moors has been surreptitiously placed in the public domain. Therefore, the last prophet has often been accused of plagiarizing Levi's book, the book Unto Thee I Grant, and the Egyptian Book of the Dead, largely to be discredited by his own blood as they slept. Inshallah, be it Allah's will, this pamphlet will begin the death of doubt. Born January 8th, 1886 in the state of North Carolina, Noble Drew Ali, his nationality, like our free national name, is Moorish American. It says, and this is our story. It says, untold number of souls have been enlightened due solely to the angelic appearance of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Among these are heads of states in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, United States, Mexico, and Cuba. It says there were also individual lives affected by his exalted teachings, e.g. J.A. Rogers, Daddy Grace, Father Divine, Farad, and Elijah Muhammad. The latter, as a member of the Detroit Temple, was registered as Elijah Poole Bay. Y'all remember me showing y'all them receipts, so y'all know what we talking about. It says later to be known as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of the Nation of Islam. He too received all of his ancient history and sciences from the Eastern teachings revealed by Noble Drew Ali prior to meeting Prophet Noble Drew Ali, as all other Negro, Black, and colored NBC people, right? Poole Bay, pardon himself. It say lived according to his Christian training in the West. Noble Drew Ali left his human form in July 20th, 1929, after giving to his Moorish people everything it takes to save themselves. It says, as a nation. Within the hours of his transition, there was utter pandemonium, chaos, confusion that hit the Moorish membership like the Titanic hit the iceberg. Then Elijah, few of Garveyites and members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, MST of A branch, to form the Nation of Islam. It says it was mostly because the proclaimed Moorish had recently lost their prophet and their minds. Remember, Noble Drew Ali had only made a few adepts worthy to transmute with him beyond the blue ether plane. These few adepts, according to Drew Ali's prophecies, remained mute, while Charles Kirkman Bey, who was not an adept, and other NBC Lodge members outlawed Drew Ali's divine constitution and bylaws and replaced it with his own rules and regulations of 1934. In the next 70 years, this act alone would make the true national movement disappear from the face of the earth. One would not get a balanced picture of reviewing the 82 non-productive history of the MST of A if the researcher does not duly consider the prophecies of Noble Drew Ali. Because the MST of A members lost sight of their holy prophet and the lost found Moors had to wander around 40 times 2 years before realizing themselves as the same kind of exodus today as did their forefathers of yesterday. It says, like the Hebrews had no Hebrew land promised to them because no Hebrews actually came to ancient Kemet. It says the 40 years they were not allowed into the promised land of Canaan. It says because of not recognizing their national descent nature and names of their forefathers, Hittite, Moabite, Amorite, and Canaanites. During this wandering period in the USA, Moors with little or no faith in their mind or their prophets. I done went to the other line. It says their prophet developed a psychic similar to that of the ancient Hebrews. It says with each passing day, their minds were returning. It says were returning more like the Comedian slaves than long promised free nationals. So they designed a golden calf made of natural minerals from Egypt, the land of their enslavement. In retrospect, today's Moorish Americans cannot be a sovereign nation in order to link themselves with the family of nations while still worshiping the golden ass made of Western gods. This modern day graven image has been formed from Northern Christianity, Eastern Arabian Mohammedanism, and Western Freemasonry. As all external gods, the golden ass, it says, also has been created solely by the Moors to worship until their demise. During the first 80 years of post-Drew Ali, his infamous MST of A was quickly replaced with the rituals of Euroscience lodges and Islamism, and the serving of other gods outside of themselves. These gods of self-hatred had been created by the gods of whom the new Moorish sons and daughters knew nothing. In all these years, millions of innocent Moors have sought salvation by being nationalized and naturalized from the sins of Negroes, black, and colored people. After giving their will, it says, to being nationalized and their souls to a moderating Grand Sheik and Universal Commercial Code 1, most members found out too late these gods are but demons in disguise, appearing all powerful yet full of jealousy, hate, greed, lust. Never do they produce the clean and pure nation as prophesied by the holy prophet when it comes to the national true duties of a prophet. These gods possess no ears to hear, no eyes to see, no heart to sympathize, and no power to save. Members never check the founder's history to see for themselves. Noble Drew Ali never once nationalized a member, mainly because he did not come to enslave, but to save his people. There is no difference between being nationalized and being owned. This ceremony was introduced by Masonic thought to replace the registration of the MST of A membership. But the one temple does not exist anymore. This is why, down through the past 8 decades, Moors have left the MST of A by the hundreds and thousands, leaving skeleton Grand Sheik pleasing memberships in their wake, and begin the dozens of Moorish attachments, e.g. temples, nations, religions, republics, group. Still, of these, it says, owe a great depth to Noble Drew Ali. All of these different groups. It says, yet many are so remote that they attempt to discredit him as being a black Mason or an Indian magician, or definitely not a prophet. Still others have never known his name, yet unknowingly demonstrate a portion of his saving powers every day. So it says, but Drew Ali stays and sits like a Western Freemason. He wears a fez like a Western Freemason. Truth be told, it is the Western Freemasons who stands and sits and wears a fez like Drew Ali. Why does it always become so very important for young Africans born and raised under the setting model of Western Freemasonry in the USA to attach Noble Drew Ali to their old Negro lodges? There has never been one free, ancient, or accepted Negro, Black, or colored people NBC in the history of Western Freemasonry. Western Freemasonry in the USA, hell to the no. The NBC male has always made powerless, it says, powerless and dependent through Western Freemasonry by his European slave master. From 1520 to this day, the NBC male must get authorization to marry from his master, merely to jump the broom or tie the knot. He can only dream the compass legs of his woman will be placed underneath the pseudo-god status of his square he cannot stand upon. The greatest NBC, most worshipful masters and other males has absolutely, it says, no lawful power and not one of the millions of freeborn children they produce. If Drew Ali was a Mason, why would he been the first and only man to free his people by pulling the covers off of these secret societies? See the little pictures here? Am I not a man and a brother? Not under European law. It says, the above plea, am I not a man and a brother, was asked on the 1787 post of a so-called NBC slave. It said, could he find his answer from his Western dressed brother grandmaster at the right? Yeah, right. Wrong answer. Notice, it says one Negro asks about being a man and having a brother somewhere, right? And the Mason does not consider the NBC slave as his brother because he assumed he is free, ancient in acceptance. Really? Free without being recognized, a recognized nation? Free where? Any produce made in the U.S. of A is not very ancient. And what nation on earth accepts the NBC as a nation? Maybe there's a Negro nation that's been found amidst the Brotherhood in the old Prince Hall Negro Masonic Lodge. Other than Western Freemasonry, what is wrong with this picture? Is it divine nationality or legally possible to distinguish between a Negro slave and a free Negro? There is no lawful or commercial difference between a Negro slave and a free Negro. One Negro asking another Negro about being free is not the way to get a proper answer. Remember, all NBC were denationalized by the same Western European slave masons. It is a matter of free, everlasting life of mental slavery for the Moors to know the sole purpose of European Western Freemasonry has always been to subjugate, enslave, and bury the nationals of Africa. Today, the NBC counterparts of Western Freemasonry are the same slave herders and fraternal Uncle Toms they were trained to be 300 years ago. This is easy to see once it's revealed. The NBC is the only self-proclaimed lodge brother without a descendant nation. No ancient forefathers and national flag or government from which he can truly affirm as his own. In fact, the gods they serve are not their own. The NBC male unproclaimed organizational Moors with fezzes and other 14th Amendment commercial items have no memory of freedom. Many of these entities are stating they know the way to freedom and independence, but their search for freedom is always accompanied by scratching and digging, winking and blinking. Learn from all fraternizing Western Freemasons, pardon self, has to offer in shallow the grave, a shallow grave filled with 60 million It says of West Africa's great for dead. It says, truth be told, to see the Moorish people gain independence through Western Freemasonry will be like seeing ex-convicts walking the streets of Manhattan, NY, still wearing orange jumpsuits, shackles, and eating prison issues. Does either the NBC Mason or constitutional slave remotely look like freedom? Again, but the NBC loves all the pains of deception Western Freemasonry have given them. It says, with their last dying breath, begs for more, massa, more. It says the only reason these lies and medias and books feel free in denouncing the prophethood of El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali is largely because of a lack of defensive opposition by the very MST of A that he had found. His organization has consistently failed to protect him since 1929. If the MST of A had not disappeared from the face of the earth, Drew Ali would have been protected. He would have been protected with these truths decades before the book Noble Drew Ali, Exhuming of a Nation was released in 2001, the Book of Fire. Better yet, the Moorish Americans would have been free as a people to prove the great God cares for us. But alas, like most NBC churches have Masons for pastors, so do Moorish MST of A have Masons for grand sheiks. Neither preacher nor any former Mason has the will, knowledge, or power to free the Moorish people. There is absolutely nothing in Western Freemasonry or European courts that will or can free the Moorish peoples. This is the real reason NBC frats desire to drag Noble Drew Ali into the bowels of Western Freemasonry. If they could bury him there alone with themselves, the Moorish Americans would never know Drew Ali as their angel of the great God who was sent to bring them the everlasting gospel. Was Drew Ali a Mason? No, Drew Ali was never a Western Freemason. It is an impossibility for anyone to be a holy prophet and a Western Freemason at the same time. Do the math. The duty of all prophets is to redeem and free, while the duty of Western Freemasons is to enslave. It says those lost in the mix of this simply equation, it says, are still not free. Drew Ali never joined the Negro Lodge. He never wore a Masonic ring, and there is no attendance record of him ever attending a chapter of any Prince Hall Lodge, Negro Masonic Lodge. It says Noble Drew Ali is a free man. Question: President George Washington and Martha owned over 400 slaves. How many did Prince Hall have? Question: What on earth could a free man, Noble Drew Ali, possibly find beneficial in a Negro lodge fitting with nationless male slaves? The next thinking man's question would be, what on earth could a bunch of Negro males in Prince Hall Lodge, Prince Hall Negro Masonic Lodge, without knowledge of occupied or knowledge of their free national name upon self, made to serve a God that is not their own, and are living in a land, and say being occupied by their own slave master, possibly have to offer fully conscious metaphysics professor, an upright Muslim with no former European miseducation, who at the age of 27 is freshly returned from the holy city of Mecca as an Egyptian adept master. What do they have to offer him is what the chairman say. He said, make all liars verify their allegations and oppositions in contradiction with facts. Nonetheless, for those who insist on spreading this nonsense, I ask the reader to humbly forward them a copy of this following intelligent questions. In 1902, Timothy Drew, born January 8th, 1886, left the USA and went to Egypt at the age of 16. Wasn't he far too young to join any Masonic lodge? He returned as an ancient Egyptian adept master and a Muslim of the ancient order of Islam. It says, wasn't he too wise to stoop to Freemasonry? In 1912, he graduated from the ancient Comedian mystery system. He was given a high name of Sharif Abdul Ali with the most benevolent degree the greatest school on earth could bestow upon any man as a prophet, angel, Muslim, the name of faithful. And he went into the holy city of Mecca, there being accepted as the Sultan by Sultan Saud, a direct descendant of Hagar. Ali made his Hajj, and with their protections and blessings, he left for the USA at the age of 27. With the sacred name of El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, he did not join a Masonic lodge while in Africa nor Arabia or Morocco or India. So when would a lodge trade in when would a lodge trade in their master for a bona fide holy prophet, fresh from the holy city of Mecca? It says, following his meeting with President candidate Governor Woodrow Wilson, the holy prophet founded the temple in the first temple in 1913 on the second floor above Dixon's Barber Shop in Newark, New Jersey. As a 27-year young Muslim and a tested prophet of Allah, pray tell, what in this world could a bunch of denationalized NBC Lodge brothers suffering from mental slavery possibly have to offer the wisdom of Noble Drew Ali? Remember, now we are talking about a group of male ex-slaves perpetrating their pale-skinned Masonic slave masters with no free national name, no power or control over their women and children, no land, no government, no history, no future. And contrary to their comatose oaths, they are the only my sons who are neither free, ancient, or accepted by any other nation of the earth. To this day, as in the past 4 centuries, all NBC property are made and owned by the US of A. Question: has Morocco, Arabia, Egypt, or any African nation ever come to the aid of the NBC Boule Masons? Last question: why would any conscious Muslim withdraw the will he has given to Allah and swear via oaths to a most worshipful master? Didn't the Holy Prophet instruct you if you honest oaths are unnecessary? But Drew Ali also wore fez. Does that make him a Mason? No. The fez has always been the headdress of the African men. Drew Ali simply returned the headdress to its rightful owners. Still, the true answers to the above questions will easily render to an intelligent no. Noble Drew Ali was not a Mason. Again, this is not to degrade the Moorish Science Lodges of any degree, but to set the record straight and protect the prophet. The duty of a prophet and a Mason are as different as white and black, or freedom and slavery. The NBC Mason or otherwise were made to be property. They have never known freedom. As long as they profess once a Mason, always a Mason, they will never know freedom. NBC Masons are a downtrodden bunch of males whom complied to their enslavement with dignity. The majority of these and other brothers who are not aware that they are held accountable for their oaths they took while in a coma were not held accountable to the oaths that they took while in a coma. Drew Ali forgives them for everything they did before he came. The title, Sheikh, translates from the Arabic. English is noble. One cannot truly hold the title of Sheikh unless he is is a national representative of a sovereign nation of people, being an official member of a religious organization, while under any other government except your own is no way fulfilling the station of a true sheikh. It says, in short, no nation, no sheikh. Some Masonic sympathizers claim Drew Ali had to have gotten his title of prophet from a Masonic lodge. It says, but this is where a serious conflict sets in. The duty of a prophet is to save nations from the wrath, and the purpose of Western Freemasonry, it says, is to enslave the African nations. Plus, it was the Western Freemasons who had borrowed the title noble, forbidden to be used in the U.S. Constitution, from Egypt after knocking the Moors in the head with the setting maul. Then they had the audacity to feed it back to the Negroes of his Masonic lodges, who does not recognize it as his own. Do not forget the Moors were the noble chief protectors of the ancient Kemetic mystery system, Islamism, the old time religion. Islamism is the basis of the Western world of Freemasonry. This is why you will find the Holy Quran of Mecca on the top shelf of the European, Scottish, and York Rite orders, including the Pope. But the highest book allowed in the NBC lodges is the same Masonic Bible used to enslave all of Africa. Still, remaining the only nationless people of men held powerless and void of their women and children, slightly brag among themselves, master says, eyes free, ancient and accepted now. It says, dear readers, it says, take the significance of these messages and do the math for your soul salvation. Using your love and self-nation and humanity, you will see first the need for the last prophet, and then the mercy from the great God who ordained Ali to be. Alien, the dates, places, it says, in times with events reasonably considered, and then give due honors to the last reincarnation of Yehoshua. You must become a nation in order to link yourselves with the family of nations. There's no other way but this straight way. It says, or you can contaminate your heart, it says, in mind by accepting the free food from yesterera's bottom feeders and mortification from the pretended wise. Be advised, do not allow any brother or sister or any occasion at all to harm your heart and mind by slipping you a hater more Mickey. Hatred only kept you drunk or keep you drunk in the wines of corner things. It says, and distract the growth from what your life is truly spent to build. This is why all Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love in order to think as he who made you. Any God that hates is not God. The cost is too high, especially now that Rome is fallen. If any Moorish American claims to be the sole authority of determining who is a real Moorish American from a fake Moorish American, or a real Chinese or a fake Chinese, or act as if though they have the power to change the descent nature of a man via membership, do not walk, but hastily run from them. Recognize them by their signs. He or she is not the prophet, never freed their people as a nation, and never been any further than Facebook or a slave master's prison. Even then, their records show they did not bring back any salvation except personal reasons, to hate another more. Remember, you become what your mind accepts. And these same USA adepts also claim to have the soul of power to give you nationality. Again, run from them. There's something wrong with any slave or prisoner who do not desire their freedom. Their elevator cannot leave the basement, and their engine is several quarts low, or their battery needs charging. Meanwhile, for those of you who know yourself as one with the great God will be warned, it is the works of Satan trying to prove Drew Ali was a Mason, or disproving he is Allah's last prophet. This time should be better used for your to free yourself and your it say and the Moorish as pure and clean nation. It says sovereignty is the only lawful way to be recognized. It says by all other nations of the earth. Bottom line is, where would the nationless ones be had it not been for Noble Drew Ali? Muslims read, study, learn from, and respect all the prophets. It says many Muslims name their children after the prophets. An Islamic custom well worth note. It says when mentioning the name of any of the prophets ordained by the great God, a Muslim adds these words of blessings and respect upon the peace, alayhi salam in Arabic, Rasulullah, Allah's peace be upon. It says after the name of the prophets, e.g. Muhammad Rasulullah. Once the Muslims of North America earn the name of the faithful, they too will show gratitude through this practice when mentioning or uttering the name of the last prophet of these days, Noble Drew Ali Rasulullah. Moors, uplift our prophet, and he would draw all men unto us. And the Moorish Americans, as one ordained free nation of people, it says, will rise as a free independent people, only with Prophet Noble Drew Ali at the head. It says, with love, honor, and protection for Prophet Noble Drew Ali Rasulullah, faithfully yours, Akadak and Pert M. Heru, Tutankhamun Bay. I want to give honors to our chairman, for that. A lot of commentary, on the Book of Ali. That's a main powerful measure, getting the knowledge from the chairman and getting it through the Book of Fire. They don't get no plainer than that. So what I'm going to do right now, as I look for my family that may want to come in here and opening up the floor, dealing with this last book of Ali right here, the end time and the fulfillment of prophecies. I'm going to go over here. Let me see right here. And I'm going to let y'all hear my chairman speak real quick while I drop this link and see if somebody want to come in here and build. We can build. Y'all know how we do it. So I'm going to drop this link first. And then I'm going to go to our website, the government website. And I'm going to play this right here. Let us hear a little bit of this. Let y'all hear my chairman speak. Let me go over here and stop the screen and reshare it again. I want to share the entire screen. I want to make sure my sound is sharing so y'all can hear it. Okay, there we go. So we're going to go back over here.
I would say to do that, you good Bible reading people. Reading people. Huh? Why would he do something like that? Why would Satan give himself the title of God? To fake you out, right? Okay? So does the white mean purity? Purity means God. And God means rule of the land. So he called himself white. Meanwhile, he called everybody else something other than white. Okay? So he was cloned. He was originally designed to be a robot, a slave. There was one problem. By us being gods, we could not give him a center. A center is the source of all melanin. Okay? You know what I'm saying? That pigment. You must have a spirit in order to sustain pigment. That's the source. Okay? So we could not give them. We give it. They used to look just like us. That's a sun kiss. They would look like a raisin. They were so ripe. They were the same hue on both sides of the hand. They were just blessed. But by them not having a spirit source, they could not sustain the hue. And as a result of that, they developed diseases. The greatest of these are called leprosy, which withdrew the pigment from the skin and left them pale. Skin. Okay? And it became so diseased and disordered, we had to move them into a penitentiary where they could be locked away from humans without affecting them. That place was named after one of the African goddesses called Europe. Why is it that all the rest of the continents begin with A except for that penitentiary? Come on. It was bound on one side, on the north side, by the Arctic. On the west side, by the Atlantic, and knowing they couldn't swim. Okay. On the south side, by the Caucasus Mountain and the Mediterranean. That's right. Now here comes the real good part. I hope y'all got the seatbelts on. Yeah. On the east side, it was held down by peninsulas until they ran to another part of the continent. So some of our other children, called Chinese, they built a wall over 2,000 miles long, 30 feet high. Like a penitentiary. Have you ever wondered why all penitentiary walls are 30 feet? You ever wondered about that? Ask people in China. They built the wall 30 feet high with shot towers every so often.
That's right.
Right. You ever seen the Great Wall? Okay. It was designed on the east side to keep them from coming any further. Okay. So that made it a complete penitentiary. And it stayed that way until that boy Moses, went up there acting crazy. Got to sharing the blessings out of Egypt. Do you know that all prophets got their blessings out of Egypt?
That's right.
I'm talking about from Adam all the way to Du Ali. And that includes Muhammad.
That's right.
Okay? Those who did not go to Kemet to get the blessings,
That's right.
the education, all right, then Kemet sent an angel to them. That angel is an adept of African descent. I'm an angel. I'm so afraid of number one. If you look around, there's angels all around you.
Teach lessons, bro.
Okay. So the angel that taught Muhammad, it took him 23 years. They call him Jibril. How many of you are into Islam anyway? Anybody? Don't commit yourself if you're not sure. Because you may not know what Islam really is. You will before the night's over with, though. Okay? But it took a Commithian adept 23 years to teach Islam to Muhammad. And once Muhammad finally got it down to a science, he said, I have perfected for you this day your religion. I'm going to call it Islam. Because he was able to transliterate from the Commithian language into their Arabic, it was Arabic language, okay, the teachings of the ancient ones. And that's what he wrote the Quran with. It came all out of Kemet. Okay? So did Abraham, Solomon, David, I could run up and down the line, it don't matter. If they were the prophet, they got their teachers out of Egypt. Okay? Except for one people. Never had a prophet, including Levi. You know, the one that wrote the Quran Gospel of Jesus the Christ. Can you imagine that? Just think about that for a minute. Someone gonna sit around and write an Aquarium Gospel about a Persian master and then call him Jesus. And we accepted it because we didn't know no better. We were knocked in the head so hard, we didn't know what was going on.
That's right.
Okay? And we'll accept any kind of God because what? You must remember the original Lord of the Mayat said, you should not serve no God outside of the self, or that God will enslave you. That's the real law. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about the Ten Commandments. That you have no God before. But that's what you heard. Right? That's not the way it was left Egypt.
That's right. That's right.
When know thyself, what it said then was, you should have no God, serve no God outside of the self. That's what it said. Because if you did, that God will enslave you. It ain't but one God is in you. Okay?
Lay it down.
Now, I know you're going to put the cross on me and call me blasphemy and stuff. But we gave a challenge to Oregon. And again, I want to extend much honor to the souls of Oregon because they invited us back again. We was here about a year ago, 2 or 3 of us, Sister Black Bay and my wife Aisha, myself, and Brother Kenny. He's been working tirelessly. That brother, he's the result of everybody being here right now.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I want to extend much honor to Brother Kenny for the L, if you will. Also, the brother that has been assisting him, Brother Rashid, the 2 of them. So, and the message that you're going to receive tonight is one that you don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay? You don't have to worry about nothing anymore because you're here. Okay? The return, you are the return of the ancient ones. Okay? You don't have to borrow nothing no more. You don't have to steal nothing no more.
That's right.
None of that. Everything you got from here is yours. Okay? The flag, that's yours. It's not the flag of Morocco, but it's got the 5-point open green star of your forefathers. The star alone is over 10,000 years old. I'm sorry. Did I say that? Over 100,000 years
That's
old.
right. That's right.
Okay? The star itself is just as old as the fall of man itself because the open star represents God in man.
Come on.
Okay? The open star. Now, if you notice this flag right here, it's got some 5-point stars too. See? 50 of them. 50. But every last one of them is closed. A closed star lets you know that there is boundaries. There's jurisdiction. There's limitations. Okay? That's why you got 50 of them. Okay? Each one represents a state. But the one that represents Oregon can't interfere with the one that represents Texas. Because Oregon ain't got no jurisdiction in Texas. That's why it's closed. Only Oregon can use it. Okay? But the 5-point open green star, which it's like a circle. Once you put the pin down, you don't have to pick it up no more until all 5 points are completed. Each point at each interval represents 72 degrees, a maximum efficiency times 5 give you 360, a completion. Okay? There is no limitation. None. There's no boundaries. Why? Because you can't put boundaries on love. You can't put limitations on truth. Okay? All right? You're not going to find peace in a closed environment at the barrel of a gun. Okay? And freedom is always in the heart.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay? That's why the star is really God and man. As above, so below. Take a look at that flag. And I want you to hear the words of Noble Drew Ali, with whom we are all here for. Okay? Noble Drew Ali described, he said, well, what kind of flag is the Moorish?
Red flag.
Okay? Now, I want you to listen very carefully with his questionnaire. And we do have these, you can get this, a couple bucks right there. Okay? And the questionnaire says, what kind of flag is the Moorish? A lot of Moors will raise the flag of Morocco, talk about it's a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center. But let me tell you more something. That's not the Moorish flag. It's the flag of Morocco, true. But Morocco and Moorish are two different things. Okay? You are Moorish.
That's right.
Okay? Morocco turned their back on you. Sold you into slavery. Under the Mohammedan rule that they call Islam, as taught by the Arabs, they call themselves Sunnis and Sufis and Shiites and things. They were selling.
Yes, sir. Y'all see my chairman, man.
A lot of more.
Yeah, he definitely be getting it to him.
Will raise the flag of Morocco. Talk about it's a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center. But let me tell you more something. That's not the Moorish flag. It's the flag of Morocco, true. But Morocco and Moorish are two different things. Okay? You are Moorish.
That's right.
Okay? Morocco turned their back on you. Sold you into slavery. Under the Mohammedan rule that they call Islam, as taught by the Arabs, they call themselves Sunnis and Sufis and Shiites and things. They were selling you into slavery. You don't believe me? I'm going to tell you about a slave document that's very little spoken about by its true name. It was written in 1786. It was written by the Sultan of Morocco. Name was Muhammad. And it was an agreement that was compiled with George Washington, who was the head of the Masonic Order, who was also the 9th president under the British rule and the first president of the United States. He was a Mason. I said it. He was a Western Freemason. Now let me tell you the criteria. Let me tell you the criteria for being a Mason. And I want you sisters to listen so their brothers won't fake y'all out no more.
Demonstrate.
Because ain't none of them here could do nothing with Pleasant Bay. I am the truth. Okay? Ain't none of these brothers here that call themselves a Mason. That's not true. A real Mason, a Western Freemason, okay, must be pale skinned. That's number one. Age 21, made a sound mind and body. That's the criteria. Do you know any of them? George Washington was. Thomas Jefferson was. Okay? You don't believe me? Let's take a little further. Don't you brother get offended or don't jump on me. Not, give me a minute. Okay? Now, when it comes down to George Washington, let's take a good look. The whole Revolutionary War was about two Masonic lodges that couldn't get along with each other over some land that didn't belong to neither one of them. Okay? Two Masonic lodges, the Scottish and York Rite orders. Okay? They didn't agree with each other over some land that they was taking because they had firepower. Okay? I know Christopher Lover discovered a place with 50 million people already using it. I know about that. Okay. But these Masons, now you must remember, Western Freemasonry is to set aside for one thing and one thing only, and that's to enslave the entire continent of Africa and all of its inhabitants. That's the sole purpose of Western Freemasonry. Now, I'm not talking about Masonry. There's a difference. Mason, and again, don't you brother take your hats off yet, because I ain't finished. Okay? There's a difference between Masonry, which the origin of Masonry come out of Egypt, the Grand Laws of Luxus, okay? And what it had to do with was self-mastery. You must remember the origin of Masonry is what? Know thyself. Self-mastery. The more you know about yourself, the more you become what? God.
That's right.
Because it's just God in human form. You must remember, it's not in the power of the flesh to think or bones to reason. So therefore, something's added unto you, gods, that's unlike this. What is it? It's some level that can connect you with the original source from which you come from. That's what makes you God. Now, bear in mind, now God doesn't come in gender, so I don't hear all that stuff about, well, I'm a matriarch. It don't come in female and male form. Okay, that's a lower level. That's what. Remember, I just told you, it's not in the power of the female bodies or the male bodies to do what? Think or reason. So ain't no God all up in there. At least not till it gets feeling good.
Go ahead, man. You tough. You tough. I love that boy. Go ahead, man. Expression.
Y'all know about them false sensations, right? Ooh, baby, baby, you know.
Lay it on, boy.
Yeah.
Joke with him. Teach.
And when you don't know no better, that God can take you out too.
That's right. That's right.
Why? Because there's a God that's outside of yourself. And He's using you to get there. Okay? But George Washington and his other Masonic brothers, we've got some Moors running around today hollering about they're Masons, not realizing that they are helping to enslave their own people. Because this is what Western Freemasonry is all about. What they did is there were three brothers, they call it Jubilee brothers. Jubilar, Jubilo, and Jubilon.
That's right.
I'm sorry. France. What? France, Britain, and the United States. Jubilum, of course, the United States. That's the one that that setting mall. Knock you in the head. That's why you look silly right now. Don't know who you are from nothing. Okay? That's that setting mall. Okay? The rest of them took you out also. But they only hurt you just a little bit. And then they had the nerve to plant an acacia tree over top of your coffin.
Demonstrate.
That also had a 5-pointed star on the top of that coffin. Okay, it's called a shallow grave. You want to really know what that shallow grave looked like? Remember, George Washington was the one that dug the grave that put the coffin in it because he was a mason. You don't believe it, do you? Okay, listen to this. When George Washington got in office, he said he wouldn't trust nothing but a mason. All his boys, there were 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, and all of them except 2 were masons. And not one of them looked like us. Not one. Now, I know Prince Hall. No, let me tell you about Prince Hall. Don't y'all get offended. Okay? Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a Negro slave and a free Negro? Anybody know? You're right. Ain't no difference. They're both Negroes. And a Negro is what? A slave. No matter how you look at it. Okay? What's the difference between a black man and a free black man? Nothing. They're both black. They're both slaves. Okay? Now let's get a little personal. What's the difference between an African American? Never mind. Okay. All right. Let's stick with the Masonic thing then. Okay. What's the difference between a most worshipful master who is of African descent and a black man in the street? Huh? Nothing. Why? Because they neither one of them free. Both of them are nationless, flagless, constitutionless. They got nothing of their own. Nothing. That's why we're here, Portland. We're here to return to you what belongs to you.
That's right.
You ain't got to beg nobody for it. You ain't got to bend over backward, get greased up, take no oaths, none of that. I said it. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something else. We're also here to set you free.
That's right.
Okay? So those of you who have taken the oath, let me tell you something. A lot of you have taken the oath. In fact, all of you have taken the oath but didn't know it. Okay? Let me tell you how that oath thing works. If you are in a coma and someone takes advantage of you while you're in that coma, okay? Are you held accountable for what happens? No, of course not. Why? Because you was in a comatose state. You're out of your mind. You didn't have your right sense about you. Okay? If you knew what that person was doing to you and you was in your right mind, you serve him, right? Right?
Right.
Oh, okay. So the same thing happens when you take an oath to a lodge and you don't know who you are. You don't have your free national name. You don't have your own powers, your own government. Don't know who your forefathers were. None of that. And now here you go. Yes, no. It don't count. It do not count. Okay? How can you give your will to a most worshipful master if what you're going to have to left for God? That's what it's all for. That's why they get you early. All in college and stuff. Okay? All in church. Sneaking you off to the side, blindfold you, hoodwinking you. Please.
Teach.
How in the world they going to save you? They're going to blindfold you too.
That's right.
How they going to give you the light? Peep through this. Yeah, I got your peep all right.
It's a trick.
Okay? Getting back to George Washington, the thing about it is you must remember anything that was written law-wise between the years of 1779 to 1865 had to do with your enslavement. Okay? I said from 1779, the United States Constitution written in that period. Article 1, the very first article, and somebody said they said that we wrote it. There's another group of Moors that's saying there were 32 Moors wrote the Declaration of Independence, wrote the United States Constitution. Why would my people be so wise, so intelligent to write and the United States is one of the greatest documents, the Constitution. It's a great document. But why would my people write a document so great as the United States Constitution and write themselves in it as slaves in the very first article? As 3/5 of all of a person. Come on, do that sound like wisdom to you?
No.
Because it didn't happen. No more than Clarence Thomas wrote it. Oh, is he a boule too? I thought that was Jesse Jackson. And, same thing, huh? Oh, okay. All right. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
All right. You must free yourself from here. Only the truth can do that. All right. Only the truth can make you free. It's up to you to accept it. Now you can play mind games with yourself all you want to. I can't help that. Okay? Because some of you think you got time to play games and jerk your mind around and masturbate your society away. You don't have it like that no more. Okay? Why not? Do you know that here in the United States right now, they got over 800 concentration camps? Most of them are ex-military bases and compounds and things they're fully manned and operating right now. 800 of them. Oh, 800. Okay? FEMA. It's not sound familiar? FEMA?
Yep.
Couldn't find them when Katrina hit.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Then again, you couldn't find Morocco either. Where was Morocco at?
Yeah. Good point.
Castro even offered to help.
Yep.
No. They want, why? Because your property. You belong to another man. You belong to another government. And it's up to that government to make a determination whether they want anybody else in here to help you or not. Okay? All this stuff I heard some people say about a nation within a nation. Ain't no such thing as a nation within a nation, unless one of them was a punk.
There you go.
Look. Now, I'm almost 70 years old. My wife told me that, they got to watch me because they don't know what I'm going to say out my mouth. It might come with age. I don't know. But all I do know is that there is no more time to be playing games with my people. Okay? Freedom is business. Okay? It's your business. No one can free you but you. Okay? It's not a violation to do the things that you naturally supposed to do. A fish would do that. You don't believe me? Put a hook in his mouth and see what they do. I don't know how many fishermen in here, but they fight hard, man, to try to get back to that freedom. Okay? That's the one movement you have never heard about. You've heard civil rights movement, all kinds of rights movement, but you ain't heard nobody talking about except Kunta Kinte, give us free. And he went on back to Africa.
That's a movement.
Okay? That was a Supreme Court decision. Okay? He went on back to Africa. Almost there. Okay? Why? Because certain laws apply to free people that do not apply to property.
Demonstrate.
Okay? This is what my people got to wake up to. All right? When we use the word jurisdiction, it's two things that operates in all courts of law the world over. One is status, and the other one is jurisdiction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, man. That y'all see my chairman, man. He on play. He on fire with it. I'm gonna give y'all one more. This is actually one of the first measures where we had a grand gathering. in this modern time, and we're gonna shut this demonstration now. We definitely be on the front line. We're gonna get out here again and do some more work. And it's an honor. Y'all don't know how high the ethers be, when all of us come together.
Praise Allah. Islam. More's on fire tonight. Islam. Islam. Prophet said when the fire come, I'll be your water. Our prophet told us that. Islam. Gratitude, Muslims. Praise Allah. After that grand demonstration, I don't even know what to say. I give much gratitude to all my Moorish brothers and sisters here tonight. All of us that are here for the first time. Bless. I ain't never see the Moors on fire like tonight. Y'all blessed. Islam. And we are blessed for sure. Our national assistant, Grand Sheikh is in the house. Islam. Dr. Shaheed Muad'Dib Shabazz El. Islam. He's going to speak on the vexillology of the flag. Islam. The vexillology of our flag.
Islam, Moorish America. Let us first rise and give all praise to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are honoring yourselves by being yourselves. Islam. We want to give honors to our grand national seal. We want to give honors to our grand national emblem. We want to give honors to our national flag, our divine constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are living manifestation and personification of everything our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. Islam. It's been a journey, Moors. It's been a journey, but nevertheless, we on the manifest. And we want to give honors to our Grand National Chairman, Dr. Akin Acton Pert M. Herutu Kamen Bay. Happy Manifestation Day, Chairman. And honors to the Grand Mufti, a grand man. Yes, sir. We get drawings. Honors to all of you divine ministers who are here, in this era of time to uplift fallen humanity. Because if we were not here in this era of time, then who would be here to uplift us? It is us who would uplift us, Islam. And in uplifting us, we know that we are the return of the ancient ones. We are who we await. So if we are who we await, then we therefore have salvation within us. This is what the chairman has taught us. This is what, all of the Moors know. We don't look for salvation outside of the self because it's in the self. And we can say the same about our Moorish flag, Islam. The Moorish flag, when you go into the history of it, I fell in love with that measure. That scimitar, being a symbol of consciousness, Above the neck is where we hold that. It's not a symbol of war. We want to set that measure out first and foremost, Moors King. Because a lot of Moors, I had some Moors in social media say, well, why y'all got that flag up there? You know, that's a symbol of war. That's because of the perception. When you go into, you know, Orthodox Islam, you know, al-Islam as they have it today, you know, it has been portrayed as such. But when you deal with the scimitar represents consciousness by which we are able to cut away ungainly things that are within us. All of us have some lower self to get away with. Islam, you know, and that's what make us the soldiers for the great God, Allah, that we are. We come from the same essence. You know, we come from the same struggle. We come from the highest of heights. Why? Because we come from the causeless cause and rootless root. That's the Most High, the great God, Allah. You can put whatever name you want to put on it, you know, but at the end of the day, in all actuality, he represented that banner. Because when you go into ancient Kemet, when you seen a white banner, it was always a picture, a depiction of the grand man planting it in the ground. It didn't have the star on it, but harmony, truth, balance, right order, and justice was there. It was already there. Harmony, truth, balance, right order, and justice is love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. It's the same thing. These principles came to the manifest with the creation itself. So how old is our flag? It's over 100,000 years old, but it's as old as the great God, Allah himself. Islam. So when you fly that is special banner, you know, you always hear me say, we are for the love, the truth, the peace, and the freedom. And when the principles of that 5-pointed open green star are violated, justice must take its course. This is not a threat, you know, Moors threat. No, this is saying this is the order of creation, the order of the universe. This scimitar of consciousness has been passed down from generation unto generation. What do we call it in our lessons? Saving power. We call it the everlasting gospel of Allah, right? And so if this is the everlasting gospel, which came from our forefathers, our mothers and our fathers, then we have this to stand in defense of ourselves. So our flag also represents defense. It represents protection. So if we abandon that, then what are we abandoning? Protection, right? We abandon our own protection, you know? So when you deal with the Grand National Seal, the Grand National Emblem, all of these things are a reflection of what is already within us. You know, so we give honor to our Moorish kin who honor their flag. You know, you hear a lot of people say, well, the flag of Morocco, that's the true Moorish flag. But upon investigation, and this is not an attack, we're not speaking radical up here. We're just giving right knowledge. And if you are here to receive right knowledge, then you know where I'm coming from. You know, I'm coming from the same path that my prophet came from. Your prophet came from. Our prophet came from. That's why when I greeted some of our Moorish kin, I say Allah, Ali, and we. You see? So when you go into this special banner, you know, it is much more ancient than what we call the flag of Morocco, Moorish kin. It's much more ancient than that. You know, in fact, the flag of Morocco goes back to maybe 1915. You can take it back to the 1400s, you know, if you go a little deeper. You know, but they really don't deserve that type of credit, because when I did the research, Moorish kin, I seen my people being enslaved by those who were supposed to be their brothers. And they used the same banner that is now known as the flag of Morocco to enslave them. In fact, in 1912, 1913, do you know that the flag that was actually brought, you know, by them during the time our prophet was demonstrated, their flag, if you go check the history between 1912 and 1913, check the history, you will see it with the French protectorate right there in the canton space in their flag. So they didn't even have the plain red flag with a 5-pointed open green star in it. since 19 on Islam. You know, and we don't even have to go into Moorish kin, all of the different forms of the flag. The flag went through, well, actually it went back through, probably 7, 8 different changes, even more, you know, different changes. So they did this. Anytime you had a regime that came up to establish themselves, everybody established their own flag. They came forth and said, well, this is how I want to express it. Their royal variant, they actually had a crown in it, or what they like to call the royal or the imperial crown. So when you see us in this era of time flying the true Moorish flag, and you see that 5-pointed open green star there in the center, and when you see that scimitar there, you know, this is the prophet's regime. This is a new era of time. The supreme law is on the manifest. So in order for us to get a grand drawing, we would have to unfold into that understanding. And that doesn't take anything away from the works that have been done as well in the temple, Moorish king. But we know in this era of time, our holy prophet didn't intend that we remain just a lawfully chartered organization. He intended that we become a nation. The temple today would be what ancient Kemet was in the ancient time. The temple of Heliopolis, the temple of Isis, the temple of Ra. You see, all of these schools are a blueprint, if you will, a foundation of what the temple, the Moorish science temple, is to be today. And in fact, we might think the ancient aspects of the lessons just start, you know, right there in 1913. Our holy prophet came to remind us of what we already had. That's what he did. That's why he came. He said he came to bring our ancient creed, our ancient religious creed. Islam, Moors. You see? So you don't think they was flying that flag? You know what? They were the flag. You heard the chairman in his handout. When he established the handout that we have on the first flag, he let us know before the flag became a banner, it was a living manifestation. You see? So if we demonstrate on that special level and we get that grand drawing, then all is well. You know, as a matter of fact, I would say, man, I would love to be under my own banner. You know, because if you go to the UN and you take the Moroccan flag and it's already somebody there waving it, how would you look? Now the Moroccans now in this era of time, they say, well, it's a difference between the Moors and the Moroccans. This is what they're teaching. A lot of people don't know that the Moroccans were exiled. The ones that was left, the remnants of them, they can't even go back to Morocco right now. The Zionists have control of Morocco now. And that's why it is in the condition it is. They gave up the name Sultan and took the name King. They took the name President. These are Western titles. So that was basically showing them that their allegiance was with who? Rome. Rome. We don't say this to attack. We giving right knowledge. The very reason of them demonstrating in that way, Moorish kin, is the reason why we on the manifest right now. As a matter of fact, when you look at the scimitar and you look at the star, if you look at the flag of Morocco, and then you look at the flag of Saudi Arabia, what symbols do they have in their flags, Moors? One has a star, one has a what? And a scimitar. Y'all seen the banner I'm talking about. So really, our banner was even a warning to them. You know why? Because our holy prophet himself went to these nations and they recognized his prophethood. So for the children of those to act like they don't even acknowledge it, or like our prophet never set foot in that land, this is wrath to be bought from the great God himself. So that's why they are going through certain things. Matter of fact, when I was studying some portions of Orthodox Islam years ago, you know, you had some of the Arabs, they were from the East,
And they say, man, perhaps Allah is raising you up here because we were disobedient. And he said it in the Grand Quran that anytime they were disrespectful, just like the so-called Jews, he replaced them with a people. So who did he replace those who claim that they know with? We on the era of the manifest in the time. We the return of the ancient ones. So when you look at that flag and you go into the history, we find, well, where did the flag come from? You'll hear me say it, well, it was in Genesis. You seen, those angels, cherubim and seraphim, turning in every direction, making sure that the naught thoughts, those who had that thought pattern, the same one we call a European thought pattern now, the same one we call a dirty Moor thought pattern right now, they wasn't allowing that in, you see? So that's what the scimitar represent. So the flag was there. If you go into the science of ancient Kemet and you deal with Tehuti, the grand, you know what I'm talking about, the Grand Mufti. So Tehuti, he passed the scimitar. When Muhammad ibn Abdullah received his lessons from the angel Jibril, or some people call Gabriel, Gid, Ra'el, they brought the scimitar. He was given a scimitar, Moorish kin, and this scimitar was passed through the lineage of who they call Ali. But guess what? When you go into the research, you find they had some Kemet in them too. Ain't that right, Chairman? As a matter of fact, that's who the rulers acknowledged our holy prophet as being a lineage from the same line of the ancient ones. But notice that bloodline was assassinated. Notice that bloodline was took off the count. Am I right or am I wrong? I know some Islamic scholars in here, Moors that know, you see? So, honor the flag because this is a new God. It was created by cherubim and seraphim. You see? Cherubim and seraphim brought this on the manifest because the old garbs had worn out. Islam, how did it worn out? How did it become worn out, pardon self? It became fallow. What does fallow mean? It means it's no good. Why did they lose the saving power within the flag? It was because they disobeyed the divine creed of their Father God Allah. And due to that disobedience, participating in the enslavement of their people, wrath and punishment come with that. And we should take heed to that. If we don't honor what's ours, then what's going to happen to us? Chairman talk about them concentration camps all the time, right? And FEMA and all that, it's on the manifest. You got them now talking about Obama, talking about establishing the UN demonstration. And, well, this don't scare the Moors. Because we're people. We're people. Now, if you're NBC, you should have something to be scared of. Islam. But we're a nation of people, right? And our prophet said it then. We have to reflect upon the time when the prophet said we were a divine and national movement. A divine and national movement. And that's the essence of the government. And we have to have our own flag. We have to have our own grand national seal. We have to have our own grand national emblem. And these are not just signs. I wear these proudly. I couldn't wait to come up here. You know what I'm talking about? The chairman sent them in the mail. Not from the carnal aspect, but pride. Pride, race pride. And my race pride don't make me hate nobody. They say, well, if you love your people, then you got to be in opposition to something. That's how they've been teaching the people now, right? If you love yourself, then you automatically hate the European. When that ain't the case. You just love being yourself. And you refuse to be anything other than yourself. And we should refuse. I mean, at least if we get tired of being, ran amok and, stepped on top of, repressed, down press, oppressed, suppressed. I'm just speaking from the heart, Moorish kin. But it's the truth, and I speak from love, Moorish kin. When it comes to dealing with anything that represents my family, I lay the guard down for my family. And I don't say that just to talk, because I know that, like the prophet said, it's work to be done on the soul plane. But I'm here now. And my duty and my obligation is to make sure that I demonstrate the mission by demonstrating the mission statement. All of us got divine ministry documents. If we don't, we'll probably have them by the time we leave here. Right? Islam? So, we want to give honors to all of you Moors, and it is a grand occasion. I traveled a good little bit away, been up since 4. So y'all pardon me. I definitely wanted to be here, and I'm here. So we want to give honors to you, Moors. And I'm going to stand down.
Islam. Praise Allah. Islam.
You can hear him listening.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Gratitude, National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Shaheed Mohadij Amani Shabazz El. Islam. Well, Muslims, now we're moving up to the top of Act 1. But first, before I do that, and before we move forward, I would like to introduce all of our officials of our Moorish American government so that we could know who they are. First and foremost, our National Grand Sheikh, Dr. G.D. Radfidel. He couldn't be with us this evening. He had a family emergency, so that had to be taken care of. So we have to give our honors to him. Grand man, Islam. And so now we just met our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America. We have our National Grand Chairman, Dr. Akhenaten Pertem Maru Tutankhamun Bey, Swift Angel number 1, Prophet's Defendant. We have our National Assistant Grand Sheikh again, Dr. Shaheed Mohadij Amani Shabazz El. We have our National Grand Mufti of Moorish America, Dr. Akinawi Nikobi Tahaka Bey, Divine Minister, Islam. We have our National Grand Secretary of the State, Dr. Sepsu Rakat Mayat Ampul Tutankhamun Bey, Divine Minister, Islam. And we have our Grand National Secretary. That's me. Dr. Aset Ramunel, Divine Minister, Islam. Our subject chapter of the week deals with philanthropy, which means giving service to the world. And so we have a duty as Muslims, as divine ministers, to make sure that all our people gets this knowledge. This is food for the brain, for growth, for unfoldment. As gods, that's our duty. And that's all our prophet asks for, to be who we are, be what we know. So now we'll move forward to our speaker, our grand speaker for the evening, our National Grand Chairman, Dr. Akhenaten Pertem Maru Tutankhamun Bey, Islam.
Islam in his house. We're here. I give praise to Allah and honor Prophet Noble Dwali, extending much honor to the great work performed here in North America by the Prophet Noble Dwali through his angels, the Moorish Americans. Islam. I want to give honor to this great occasion. I've been in the movement since '69, and this is the grandest occasion of Moorish American gathering in my history. since
Praises to Allah.
the advent of Noble Drew Ali. For those of you who may not know, I've been to conventions in Chicago by the dozens. I've been, you name it, been there, done that. But when it comes down to what is the duty of a prophet, that is to save nations. Make no mistake about it. This has been one of the most misunderstood things in the history of our people here in the West, is that they had a very terrible misconception about a holy prophet. Noble Drew Ali was here as a result of our prayers. After 400 years of slavery, praying every day, because we didn't know what was going on anyway, didn't see no way out. Then through the grace of our ancient forefathers and the mercy of the universal creator that has saved them also, he ordained a prophet from amongst us, born right here in the holy state of North Carolina, January 8th in 1886. And it was such a grand occasion that the adepts of the world knew the very minute that Noble Drew Ali was born. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the 7 adept degrees of that the prophet passed when he was in Egypt. But it's not the first time a prophet has gone to Egypt and passed adept degrees. In fact, you wouldn't be a prophet if you didn't get those adept degrees. That includes everyone from Adam right on up. You can talk whatever you want to check your record. Solomon, Abraham. You can go on out to India, Japan, China. It don't matter. All of them had to get their teachings from Egypt. Every last one of them. Noble Drew Ali, at the age of 16, although he was born in the state of North Carolina, how many times you ever heard of a 16-year-old black boy being in Egypt with no parents, no government, no nothing? Okay? That right there should give you some idea of the holiness of Noble Drew Ali, the sacredness of his order, okay? Here in the United States, they don't even let us off the farm, much less out the country, okay? And he was gone 10 years later, at the age of 25, he came back. And those of you who thought talk about Western Freemasonry, thought Noble Drew Ali was a Mason because he had a fez on and stuff, wore fez. No. When he left at the age of 16, he was too young to join the Masonic Lodge. I think you got to be 21. Then again, there's 3 criteria, I'll tell you, in case you don't know. Number 1, to be a Western Freemason, you must be pale-skinned male. I said European male. That's number 1. Number 2, age 21. Number 3, sound mind and body. That's the 3 criteria for being a Western Freemason. I don't think there's an African descendant nowhere that fits that criteria. So there's something wrong with that picture when you see a brother run around talking about he's a Mason. The next question you need to ask him, are you free? You're saying Freemason, ain't you? So where's your freedom, man? Where's the people that you got free with? You ever seen a free Negro Mason in your... What about Prince Hall? Oh, that's right. He was a slave too, wasn't he? He was the head of the Negro Masonic Lodge. That's the slave name, by the way. Negro. Okay? Now, what we're here today for is to celebrate. Not just my birthday. But we're here to celebrate the uniting of the Moorish Americans for the first time. I've been to the United Nations on our behalf. I've been through some of the lowest low in order to get to the highest height that we have today. Okay, and as I said earlier, this this kind of a gathering here has never happened before in the history since Noble Drew Ali. And he was begging the Moors to please to do what we're doing right now. Come together. Put your hatred aside because you're too ignorant to hate. You don't know what to hate, no way. Who taught you how to hate? How in the world are you going to hate something and don't know who you are? How are you going to take an oath to some fraternal order or sorority and you don't have a clue about your nationality? Don't know who you are. Who told you you was responsible when you can't even be accountable? Negroes, black people matter, that's what it is. Do not matter nowhere on the Richter scale of the human family. Nowhere. It's a sad story, but it's true. Okay? And if you really want to look how bad it is, I heard FEMA tonight. FEMA's not a joke. A lot of things are going to happen in the last few months of the Obama administration. And that's the reason why this gathering today is so magnanimous and great. FEMA is a portion of the government that's set aside to take over in case of civil unrest, similar to the presidency of Abraham Lincoln. If you recall, there was a civil war going on. He was no longer the president, and the Constitution of the United States was no longer in effect. Okay? Because whenever there's civil unrest in the country, the Constitution is suspended. The president's office is no longer there. The office of commander-in-chief becomes in full effect. And his job then is solely to protect the country, okay, by any means necessary. So Abraham Lincoln wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, okay? And so that freed the slave. No, you must remember the United States was not a country then. The Constitution of the United States was not in effect then. The office of the president was not accountable then. There was a civil war going on, okay? So it's the same thing that happens today, similar to the situation that happened in Milwaukee and other places where they've been killing our young people, okay? And they rebel. But see, you got to take into account Black people, Negroes, Afro-Americans, they can't rebel because they ain't got no fighting power. That's like standing in the middle of a missile silo with a slingshot. Okay? And who is there that's going to come to your aid when the United States turn against you with their military might? Nobody. There's not another country, another government, another nation, nowhere on the planet that will come in and tell the United States, stop killing them. All 60 million of them. Why? Because they belong to the United States. The corporate United States is their property. That's why they extended Western Freemasonry the way they did in 1871. Okay? They extended it because the United States has never been without its slaves. Never. One day. If you don't believe me, ask Donald Trump. It's amazing what can happen when you leave the tea out, you know. We have a job to do. And if you're not careful, then FEMA will not have a choice but to take over. Okay? Now, what this means in essence more is this, is that those are almost 900 concentration camps that they have out now. will be in full effect. Okay. And most of you who may not know what a concentration camp is about, it is a temporary place of storage for humans. Temporary, because they cannot waste time feeding you, clothing you, bathing you, and other things you have to do with human bodies. So what do they do instead? Kill you by any means necessary. Okay? That's what concentration camps are for. Concentrate on killing you. They also have, and you can check this out on your internet, on the cell phone, okay? Your Androids. Thousands of railroad cars on the track, brand new, with nothing but shackles and chains. No seats, coach, first class, none of that. There's shackles and chains for human cargo to carry you from the communities to the concentration camps. And then they have disposable coffins by the millions that can hold up to 3 and 4 bodies. That's what's existing now. And that's what's going to go into full effect under the Obama administration, although he'll be commander in chief, at the next uprising, because our people, they don't know no better. Okay? So there's going to be one last avenue for them to get themselves together. See, you got to remember more. It is not the responsibility of the United States to free you. The best they can do is to abolish the enslavement powers that engulfed you. They don't have the power to. You don't want them to have the power to free you. If they got that kind of power, they could re-enslave you again. Okay? But it's your responsibility. That's why I'm so happy with this this nation of Moors in here today. Okay? Because you are making a stand that has been prophesied for thousands of years. At the coming of the advent of Noble Dwali, he said it'd be around about this time when 7 bridges crossed in the sky, around the year 2000, when his people were coming to their own. And that's what's happening now. There's been a lot of lip about, Pleasant made this and Pleasant made that. And, oh, that's the Pleasant Bay flag, by the way. That's the Pleasant Bay medallion. That's the Pleasant Bay government and things. Oh, have you more noticed that every organization you could think, a lot of them got governments now? You notice that?
All of them got the same flag.
And I guess it's not strange to speak about that Moroccan flag. And bear with me, Moors, okay? That there's a reason why the flag of Morocco, while Morocco lost its power for 50 years, from 1905 to 1956. All during the prophethood of Noble Dwali, Morocco did not have power to fly their own flag on their own land, sea, nowhere. When Noble Dwali brought the flag to the United States, showed it to the Moors in the Moorish Science Temple, Morocco couldn't even do that. Okay? And the reason why, because they had spent over 400 years enslaving West African, headed the West African slave trade. If you don't believe me, then check your treaty history with the United States. The first treaty that the United States got was with Morocco. Was it 1786? Okay? And you find some Negroes today talking about we got a treaty. Slaves don't write treaties, Moors, okay? Where well, who were we? Where were when George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and them wrote the United States Constitution and wrote us in at 3/5 of all other persons, and did not tax, of course. We were slaves at that time. That including Prince Hall and his boys. Okay? Slaves don't write treaties. because slaves don't matter. Slaves don't have power. That's why they're slaves. They do not have power to write treaties. Okay? Oh, by the way, slaves don't have flags. For those of you who believe that we got a continental flag with the pine tree in the corner, slaves don't have flags, okay? At no time. This flag that we have is our free national flag. The prophet spoke about the flag in his questionnaire. He said, what kind of flag is the Moorish? He didn't say Moroccan. And I see Moors, they do it all the time. What kind of flag is the Moorish? They raise up the Moroccan flag. That's not what he said. Okay? What kind of flag is the Moorish? Not Moroccan. Moroccan didn't care nothing about it. They're the one that caught you and sold you to George Washington boys. Okay? Well, Mr. Rump, okay. The thing about it is that it's your responsibility to free yourself. That's the bottom line. You are completely responsible for freeing yourself. What is your free national name? Don't play games with your freedom. Okay? There's not another organization, a group of Moors, nowhere on the planet that follow the teachers of Noble Drew Ali except those that's here. Okay? Everybody else is playing games with their freedom. Different names. I don't care what you say about it. You can call it Moorish Science Temple, Washita, New Wabian. I don't care what you call it. That's not our free national name. It's not our history. That does not apply to all 60 million of us. The prophet did not come under those auspices. Okay? Trace the history of prophets throughout and see what they had to do for their people. And what happened to those people until such time as they followed that prophet? What happened to them? Check the record. Okay? It's not a pretty sight. But you must, if you want to be free, then there's only one way you can do it. You got to follow your free path, way out of slavery. You cannot, be free in there. You can go to the cafeteria, may even go to the auditorium, but you're still in the penitentiary. Okay? It looks good, it sounds all right. Okay? But you still ain't free. So it's the same thing with the different groups and organizations. And please, I'm not speaking radical, because I don't have a bone of hatred. I'm an ex-Negro. Well, you know what I mean? I used to bus captain people and things, I don't do that no more. Okay, freedom don't bus captain people, okay? Once you become conscious of the fact that you're free, you will never be a slave again. Can nobody introduce you to slavery again? And the key to that is you've got to free yourself. We have here the Declaration. This is the new one. Declaration Proclamation. Statute and jurisdiction of the Moorish Americas. However, there was the first one, right here on page 5, used to look like that. This was in 2007 when we went to the United Nations, okay? And they told us then, say, look, you got everything, we've been looking for you for 60 years. You got everything you need to be a people. That's what you need. And you have to, as the sister was reading, all the wins she was talking about, they're right here, okay? Win. The wins are, you must show express purpose as to why you need to be independent, sovereign, and free, away from the United States or whoever your oppressor may be. You've got to show that, according to the UN Charter, okay, you've got to show your reason for not wanting to stay there and be denationalized anymore. Okay? And that's what the wins are. As she was reading off those wins, that's what it was about. showing your reasons when the United States did this to you, when the United States denied that to you, when the United States did all those wins is reason for you to regain your independence and your sovereignty and your freedom. And the thing you have now, you have to ask yourself, and I'm gonna have a question and answer session too, by the way. You got to answer certain things like, who are you? Who are your forefathers? You know, because they want to know, well, what part of Africa? You know, anyway, well, Morocco, no, it's Moorish America. The Moors are descended northwest and southwestern shores of Africa. That's why I get all my little Rastafarian brothers, I tell them a brand new yes, you know, and the reason why, because they want to skip all over northwest, southwest Africa, jump over there and kiss Haile Selassie, yes. For what? In East Africa, what have he ever done? And Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey trying to beat our head and talking. The whole Atlantic Ocean turned red from the blood of our forefathers. And you can jump over there and talk about Selassie? Something wrong with that picture. The Moorish America, the descendants of the ancient Moabites that inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. That's where we got it from our ancient forefathers. This is our free national name. This is our nationality through the heritage of our forefathers. Okay? That's the Moorish part. The American part comes from our sovereignty and our indigenous to the continent of the Americas. We own this. And I mean all of it, from the between the two Arctics and between the two Pacific and Atlantic. Yeah, everything between them four right there, that's ours. It's called the Mexium. Okay? So you got your own land. All you got to do is get your own heart and mind together. That's why the prophet said, don't think like a slave. Don't think like a Negro coming up in here with that noise. The first thing that, do you know you can't even be a Moorish American if you don't purify your heart and mind? I mean, you know, you thought, I'm a descendant, I'm a that. No. That's a whole lot of lip. Okay? But his instruction in the divine constitution is that all Moorish Americans must purify their heart and mind. Clean up. Get rid of the Negro. Get rid of the, let it go. You ain't got time to be mad at the European for what they did to you in the time of slavery. That's just an excuse. Okay? Use that kind of time to know who you are and love you. Learn how to love yourself. Okay? And once these great blessings are honored to you, believe me, there's so much to be proud of. Because anytime you can stand here at the podium and knowing that there has been millions of our brothers and sisters, forefathers, mothers, and things down through the last 4 or 5 centuries that have died so that we could be here in this chamber right now. As a free people. Okay? And to show you how important that is, you only have one free national name. Just one. Okay? All the people of China, every last one of them is called the Chinese.
Good or bad?
Okay? Look at all your nationals, all your countries, all your governments. They got one free national name. Here we come, during the time of slavery. We had a bunch of slave names. Negro, black, colored, Afro, hey. And so we took that same slave spirit and now we want to be some of everything else but what the prophet came to be. Who gave you your free national name? Who ever heard of nationality before the advent of Noble Drew Ali? Okay. Who brought you your free national name that told you what your nationality was? Noble Drew Ali. Okay. It's not his fault. I could just about imagine, in fact, I've seen it, what the prophet had to go through when he realized his people had mental slavery. He thought that coming back here was going to be they're going to be so glad to get this, and got back here, and the first thing they wanted to do had him locked up. Wanted to kill him. Okay? because they was out of it. Out of it. All right? And you think that's something new? No. It's the same way right now. I've I've never seen so many enemies against me until I got into the movement. But at the same time, I haven't seen so many free people either. I haven't seen so many people that love me at the same time because they learn how to love themselves too. Okay? I haven't seen so many people that knew what the pride of having your own flag is, having your own national seal, your own national emblem. You know, this right here is a very powerful thing. Okay? If you don't believe me, let the FEMA, the military, come through here now, and you ain't ready. You ain't got nothing to say except what? You ain't gonna do nothing to me and start lipping, telling what you okay? We have everything we need to be a people. Now we got an assignment coming up. That's one of the reasons why we're here. Dealing with the United Nations, ran into a problem because we submitted this back in October of last year. And the Secretary General, Kamoon, decided he wants to do something other than see our people free. Because you got other organizations, Henderson, and several other groups that wants to get the monies that our people earned during the time, you know, from 500 years of slavery. It's called reparations. Okay? Reparations are not given to organizations. Reparations are not given to slaves. Reparations are not given to the same people. Okay? You've got to be a nation of people because reparation is a way that one government says, I'm sorry to another government for what I may have done to you. Okay? That's reparations. But you've got to be a government. You've got to be a nation of people in order to receive it. Negroes, they're not going to get it. Black people, no. What are they going to do with it? They still be just as black as it was when you gave them the money. It ain't gonna mean nothing. Okay, yeah, like you said, give it back to them. Why? Because they got their picture on it anyway. Okay, so what we have to do, and this is an assignment to everybody that's here, okay, and that is to refer as many people as you can to the conference calls that we have, because that's one of our media ways of reaching out to let everyone know. We have classes 7 days a week. Yeah, 7 days a week. That's just one of the media ways, okay? To inform our people about their nationality, about their flag, about their emblem, their seal, everything. And also the nation of people. And I give honor to the Moors here we got Moors here that travel all over the country to get here today. Thank you. Okay. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of miles, you know. One of the things that I want to do is to give you responsibility of what you got to do. What we're going to ask you. Now, I'm going to tell you. I'm not asking. We don't have time for asking questions right now. Okay? The stuff is getting ready to hit the fan. You have been warned about it. You've been knowing about it. And all you got to do is just open your heart and mind and you'll see it. Okay? Okay? There's a reason why you got them concentration camps today. They weren't there in the 60s, the 70s, or the 80s for that matter. Okay, but they're there today. Now the 7 bridges are crossing in the sky. Okay? They're there. And you have responsibility to yourself, and not just your loved ones, your children, family, but to all of our people. to do everything within your power to help them free themselves. Okay. Now it's sort of difficult because the hardest job I've ever had in my life was accepting the fact that my people love slavery. It's mind-boggling even right now. And I'm on the front line. And it's still painful to see my people how much they love slavery. They might blame on the church and the cross and Christianity. That it could be, racism or sexism and all kinds of things. Either you're a slave or you're free. That's what time it is. If whatever you're doing is hasn't freed you as a people, let it go. So we want to ask you to refer people to the conference call, or you go to our website, which is all three words spelled all the way out now, Moorish American Government .land. I know most of you never heard of that one before, but it is there, okay? Moorish American Government .land. Why? Because we own the land anyway. Okay? And most of the officials that you see here today, you'll see on the page under the official status, okay? But you refer people there because we got information on the website. They can make calls. They can even call headquarters, okay, for questions that you may have. Like I'm getting ready to open the floor now. I always say that don't ask me a question that you're not ready for the answer, because I don't do no arguing, okay? And for those who do not know, let me give you the definition for an argument. Please write this down. An argument is a discussion between two fools. I repeat, an argument is a discussion between two fools. Now you know why I don't argue. So what we're going to do, it's a great time. It's some very good ethers in here. It's the freedom, the freedom. Thank you.
Yeah, peace and love, family. It's an honor, man, to stand on the shoulders of such a giant. You know what I mean? As our Grand National Chairman, I've been on the front line for over 40-some years. Come through the line of the adepts, took care of the prophet wives. Matter of fact, the chairman is the reason why. If you ever seen most of the photos of the prophet, the main one that everybody see, the colored photo, he is the one that actually put that color in the photo, because they were all originally black and white. And the photo I'm referring to is actually here too. Let me show you real quick. He was the one that was behind adding the color to it. They wasn't originally colored. Right here. See a lot of them are black and white. Just as you see the one where he's sitting in the chair here. But this one here, I can blow it up a little bit without having to go into the link. Yeah, the chairman is the reason why this is this color. He wasn't back during that time. However, his teacher was, the Prince of Peace. And it was his teacher, beloved brother R. German Bay, actually featured right here. I think I had him in here. I think I had the Prince. Did I have the Prince of Peace in here? No, it wasn't this one. It's actually the other measure right here. But his teacher was the one who told him what the prophet had on, because he was there Brother R. German Bay was present during the time of the prophet. He was an adept, made by the prophet. And that's who was one of our chairman teachers. R. German Bay got some real, he got in his history stretch out, man. I seen some people write like autobiographies, and R. German Bay name pop up in the autobiography. And this dude wasn't more. And this is the R. German Bay again. The Prince of Peace. Like I say, he was made an adept, by Noble Drew Ali. And this brother was a master in what we call polarity therapy. He was a master in that. This brother was showing a young brother who wasn't a more, how to basically move things with his mind. He was talking about it, and the brother said that our German Bay taught him how to demonstrate mental telepathy. So we give honors to that elder always for, the work that he done as well, along the way. But our chairman is the one that picked up the torch. Hearing the words of his teacher, you can't get strength from weak sources. And most of our people don't know that. I showed our family P. Nathaniel Johnson during the Canaanite temple time, student of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He definitely honored Prophet Noble Drew Ali as being a prophet. I actually had those measured up here. I clipped them out when we were speaking. He definitely said here in his book, dealing with the Fahami, he said, we consider Noble Drew Ali as a prophet. He started his movement, Nathaniel Johnson, in 19. He also considered Prophet Noble Drew Ali as the reincarnation of Amun Ra. But he recognized him. He didn't start his movement, and began to disrespect or act like he didn't know who his benefactor was. And that's the thing that we seen with most of our people. They don't want to acknowledge their benefactor and let it be known who their particular, who laid the foundation for. That's like me. I give honors to my chairman, all the time. He don't care nothing about too much of, acknowledgement, and, that just ain't how he built. But, we have to give honors to our family, who came before us, especially when they still here on the manifest, while we can enjoy the wealth. And he is as sharp as you seen him then, he is right now. And that particular broadcast was around about probably almost 10 years ago, or a little bit over that. So it's an honor to be on the manifest and come in the line of divinity, so to speak. So I'm just doing my part and my portion, because I got my work cut out for me. But I'm definitely going to always stand upon the shoulders of those who came before me. And so we really about nation building, and we encouraging our family, wherever they may be, no matter what it is they stand on, what doctrine they believe in, man. You welcome, to come into the Moorish American government. You ain't got to change your ideology or none of that right there. We just trying to get our people on one accord. Very important demonstration to get our people on one accord, family. I was talking before, right here. Let's see. I'm gonna try to go into that. I was trying to show our people. I ain't been in here. I know I'm gonna have to send all. Look at all this here. Look at all these citizens that done registered. This in the last couple of. This is October. I ain't been in here. I ain't gonna tell you I ain't been in here a minute. So I look at all these citizens, that are coming into the government. This is from, let me see, this is all the way from, let's start at October the 4th, a few days ago. Well, actually, October the 5th is what we see it at. And we come all the way up here to, we see July. These are all the registries. Our people know what time it is. They coming home. You know what I mean? And from here we just go on and on and on and on, and our people in here register. You know, they register from all over the place. So this is how we build. You know, we got to keep building and doing what it is to build a nation, and then bring our talents together. You know, as a people, that's the grand key. Using our talents, family. So when we talk about the subject matter I had here tonight, the Book of Ali, you know, the end time and the fulfillment of prophecies. You know, we believe in making these things real and reality. You know, we don't believe just philosophizing, talking about it. You know, we got to be about it. We got to do the work. So that's what time it is. You know, it's all right to go back and forth online and so forth and so on. I want to give honors to our family too. Again, the other brothers and sisters that popped up while we were demonstrating. Our good brother Yasha Ben Yisrael, brother Atham 79, so more it be. Good brother Gabri, you know, represent from London. You know, also our family P&F Research Group. I think I seen our family up in here too. You know, nothing but love to all the Moorish American Muslims. That's right. And I Sonic, yeah, brother, we definitely give honors to you, brother. You know, and we're gonna keep bringing this truth. Like we say, ain't nothing wrong with agreeing to disagree. We just have different opinion, ideology. You know, but yeah, you know, it ain't definitely. It's all good and well, still sharp and still. You know, just cause we disagree don't mean that one or the other is wrong. What it really boiled down to is just we have a difference of opinion. You know, and maturity allow ones to build. When our people able to get over the hump in the road, so to speak, and really begin to build with each other, that's when we gonna begin to grow. You know, so I dropped the link again too for our Moorish kin. If there's anybody that would like to come in and build a second before I get ready to pull up out of here. If they got any questions or comments, you know, it's right there. You can hit the link. I'll let you in. You know, you're welcome. If not, you already know we finna go on to the next one, and we're gonna keep bringing these sessions on the manifest and teaching our people. And we will be getting into a lot of information that our people, some of them may not be familiar with. We had one of our brothers, you know, ask us about the crusade. You know, so yeah, we're gonna go into them things. You know, we're gonna really get into it. I have a thing too I want to show y'all too. And this my wife had shared this with me earlier. And I think it posted to my Facebook. It should have. Hopefully it did. Let me see. Let me see right down here. Did it? Yeah, I think this is it right here. Yeah, this is it. Right here. It's an old clipping. And this European was talking about the people that was here first. And I'm gonna let y'all check it out real quick. Hold up. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Got to make sure the audio is up right. Yeah. Yeah, it's low on here, but it's actually a little louder on the TikTok. And let me see. I'm gonna see if I can play it through the phone. But what he's saying, he was talking about how the Moors were here before Columbus. And it tripped me out that you hear a lot of the Europeans, they know more about our history, some of us, than we do. You know what I mean? And you can tell it's a very old video when he was demonstrating. Let me see. I think it was here. Yeah, let me see right here. I think it's here. Yeah, here it is right here. Let's see if it play a little loud on my phone. Let's see what it is. Oh, wait there. Oh, there we go.
Black people have made to the Americas not only before Columbus was born, but before even Spain or Italy existed. That's the kind of roots that are in this country. And by knowing that, and the more you know about it, it's an empowerment. You're really rooted. You have got a heritage which is more than slavery. Sure, there was slavery, but that's not all. That's all part of it. Long before that, there's a heritage of kings, seafarers, religious missionaries, and they were all here. But it happened so long ago, there's just so little of it left. And that's basically my story. What connects it up is even the word Moor, because it's pronounced differently in different parts of Africa. And they call themselves Moor, Mu, Mur. There's all variations of that. So even the name Mur. I'll give you with one major impact.
So yeah, so like you can hear the European telling you who our people are, but for some reason our people, they have been misled greatly, and they have no knowledge, and a lot of them don't want to be corrected in what they know. That's one of the main problems. That's one of the main problems. Our people know what they think they know, and they don't want to be corrected in what they know. And that's why it makes it so hard for us to bridge gaps. For some, and I look at it like this. If I'm secure in what it is I stand upon, I don't have to throw dirt on somebody else, in order to uplift what I demonstrate. If somebody come at me, I address them accordingly. But I never go out my way to just go at somebody just cause, we may disagree. We may have some type of difference in opinion or ideology. That ain't my style. But when I see this in most cases, I know that in most cases it's because people are insecure. Because if you firm in what you say, you don't have to keep coming up to try to place yourself as an antithesis against a thesis. You see what I'm saying? Only people that begin to try to measure themselves by somebody else, especially when that person ain't trying to measure themselves by them, is somebody that actually feel like that other person is superior to them in some type of way. Like for example, if one is a Native American and they believe that's what they are, they believe they're Indian or whatever, right? And then they see a Moor speaking, and that Moor may be given a measure and didn't call upon a Native American to speak, but that Native American feels some type of way, that they hear Moor speaking, so now I got to let it be known that, what this one is saying is not acceptable. I don't accept it, so it can't be right. So let me demonstrate why it ain't right. And the same thing with you deal with a Hebrew ideology, or even if a Moor were to demonstrate that to somebody else, because I look at it from both sides. I don't look at it from a victimization standpoint. I'm just stating the facts as they are. Even if it's Muslim comparing themselves to Christian, often when somebody's offended, especially when you didn't address them and they come out with an opinion, it's because they are insecure. You have shaken their foundation in some type of way and what they already believe. They ain't gonna tell you that, but I know it because I dealt with our people for a long time. And unbeknownst to most of our people, long before it was a Facebook, and all this social media, I've been out here, teaching our people, And through the grace of the Most High, I done brought a lot of people, through the grace of the Most High and the ancestors, out of the way we used to live, into where a lot of them are right now, the ones that I was able to touch with the truth. So I ain't just start doing this, I ain't just start having conversation with our family. And that's where I get the discipline from that I have, when I'm with them. I don't look at my brothers and sisters as, arch rivals because they disagree with me and you the enemy and I got to come. That ain't me. I never demonstrate that. I'm about bridging the gaps, but if you come to me, with anything other than that, then you're going to get this scimitar, and then I ain't going to let up neither. I ain't going to let up once I go to giving it to you, but the main thing is just the people that's watching us. This is what we got. I want to say this before we leave. The people that's watching us, family, outside of the conversation that we have, all of us, that's who we got to really be trying to cater to. Instead of trying to cater to just getting a laugh or entertainment, we got to think about the people that's babies in this information, that don't know what we know, that don't study like we study. The damage that it does to them when they see, our people clashing, because if they had thought or want to come out of the condition that they in, and they see that you acting just like they acting, they trying to find peace and knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, but you acting just like they act on the corner, they're gonna look at you like, man, what's the purpose of this? Either that or your bad behavior, your character gonna rub off on them, and they'll never take the truth serious. You see what I'm saying? We have a saying in the government, freedom is not a game. And to be honest with you, a lot of times we talk about the esoteric truth about competition. We got a whole chapter in the book of fire on that, the esoteric truth about competition. Don't nobody win in the end. You see what I'm saying? It's all Maya and illusion, especially when we have a conversation and we don't transcend as a result of whatever. If we were talking about something, we ain't made no determination to become better, or we ain't agreed, then it's a waste of time, But we got to give our people the truth at all costs, because it's going to come a time, family, where, you go in a bookstore or you go online, you ain't going to be able to buy certain things that you have now. So I encourage my family to try to stock up on your books. Your library going to be sacred, family. I mean, when I say it ain't going to be no books, I'm saying, it get to a certain level, they're going to be trying to ban a lot of this stuff, that and then you're going to wish you had it. So, once they pull certain things out of print, and it may not be in a more recent time period, it may be later on, but you can believe, they trying to spin the narrative, family. They trying to rewrite history, and let them tell it AI gonna be ruling by the time it's over with. So it's a grand drawing, family, to build with you. I ain't gonna hold y'all up no longer. I'm gonna go ahead and see can I find something to play for us real quick, and then we're gonna take this demonstration to the next degree of unfoldment. All is well. Okay, let me see. Let y'all hear this good brother, Nikolai Giovanni, upcoming artist, good brother. He got some nice music, especially if you come up out of the era that we come up out of. Let's see here.
Till I scream west side, now I'm back, I'm coming. Look at me now as a changed man, amongst the horse of man, trigger the righteous plan. We putting faith in you as we cross seas while angels sing. Good company can last while ain't screams. Attack monthly for 400 years of oppression, depression, got them secession, false starts my adolescence. From groupies to teachers, increase the budget. Our text our freedom. You can start with non-propaganda. Steady a profit rise to outslay mortal men. Look at David, down to Solomon. Who am I? Nikolai Giovanni. I cried the death of man. Elena cracks cold. I lost voice for the hearts of hell. Can we regain our hearts for them? Hebrews the Jews. Masters God is working again. Had 12 Greeks by dogs to slaughter man. Influence cop killers hurting him. Wonder why Michael created thrillers, sacrifice human blood to killer, transplants to children. Tell dogs that you wonder why I scream outlaw from Anderson. For the West of West Africa, outlaw Southern. So reach them as I preach, we're all outlaws amongst them. So I scream West Side till I die. West Side! Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. Let's see, even if I fall, I rise. The jealousy, the hearts of men, come in trouble time. Disguise aliens, they say the dumbest, but I peep game resurrected, cold red, Nikolai Giovanni, forever brand. Words of wisdom, can you understand? Plain and clear. Who will remember me? I seen it through the right and planted musically. Deadly forces travel amongst fears. Families fall cause the prison brings many tears. Bambino prayers by the sovereign Lord. My blue soul rose covering the statues of limitations. Your accusation. Trouble hill never departs on hovering. No disguises me. His trials, tribulations empty upon thee. Paybacks coming, losing land. Running my squad, strong heavens and fire conquer. I stay headstrong, no needles for people. It's in the bread. A cells evolve to temple plan. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. There was pressure from my eyes to see. To be the man, understand the plot, understand his words, comply. Words of a written people, words of a written kingdom. Water and blood, business, get deeper leaders are drawn down victims with ties. Illuminati lies, I kill it. With a cake, Illuminati, I cry. No prison state, no Egypt rules. Two bitches play, voices of heaven, waters and seas. Open up Elohim, no dry ground. Flood of a fire, engulf the city, surrounded in flame till another's created. They bowing down, Lord forgive me if I'm a say to your name. But what's written is trials, the deep go to the deep. Very proud of the lessons, learn who deep now. Getting vivid when my hope rise, Illuminati, I cry. Outlaw, West Side. Even if I fall, I You better throw up West Side when you see me. West Side, feel me. Until the day I die. Until the day I die. West Side.
Yeah, I love that brother. His concept, he say, throw up West Side when you see me. He say from the west to West Africa is where they took us. You see the hurricanes and the tornadoes, and made me think about our brother Marcus Mosai Garvey when he said, "Look for me in the whirlwind," and also our beloved brother Tupac. May they both rise in power. But let us come together in unity, and demonstrate love over hate, family, and elevate and educate. So with that being said, family, we're going to see y'all on the next measure. We're going to keep it coming. We're going to elevate in the information, and keep giving it to y'all, man, so that y'all can see. Because that, remember, out of everything that's being given, it's about bridging the gap. It's about bridging the gap. So with that being said, Shimo Tepu, Uncle Jet Seneb, life, health, and prosperity be upon you all. Peace of the ancestors I offer unto you. Peace.